Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hey, welcome back, Hannah. Hey, Dr. Zero. Hey, Mo Legend. Or Mo Legend. How's your life so far, my guy? Same old, same old. Still looking for a job, still making YouTube videos and streaming wherever I can to make ends meet. Lots of people showing up on the YouTube side already. Hey, what's going on YouTube chat? I think you're muted. No, I just wasn't talking. You're used to streamers who constantly yap and yap and yap. Which, to be fair, in order to be a good streamer, I feel like you have to kind of. I think that has to be one of the qualities that content creators need to have, is where you can just yap on and on and on forever. But unfortunately, I don't have that skill. Hey Zoanthea, thanks so much for the 44-month resub. Welcome back. Good to have you back again. It's been a while. Can't watch the stream, unfortunately. You're inside a government building trying to get a job. Oh boy. And no, man, I know what that feels like. Go get that job, buddy. I know what that feels like. What's the box goal? Oh, I'm not farming this lottery. Until I had the money to be able to fund my farming, I'm not going to be able to. I'm basically quasi-retired from lottery farming. And to be honest with you, even if I do get a job, I'm probably gonna retire. I'm probably gonna stay quasi-retired from lottery farming anyway, at least compared to how much I used to farm, just because I won't be able to have the time anymore. Unless I get like a work from home job, but that's very doubtful at for the moment. Anyways, I gotta roll for some friend points. Because I need to get my lottery seed to level 100 for the boys, for the people on my friends list. Hey, Kozakra, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 47th resub. One more month till until 4 months, or 4 years, I should say. Add me, please. All right, Kozakra, I'll add you, buddy. But yeah, hopefully everything's going well for you, man. Better than me, anyway. We run Tesla Cup today. Mainly I'm just going to roll friend points to get my lottery CE, my limit broken lottery CE to max level. Might take me a little bit. We might farm a little bit towards the end if I have time, or if I feel like sticking around after that. Hey Zaguda, welcome back, man. Hope you've been doing well. You have 70 mil friend points? Yeah, I've been kind of sitting on them for a while. Honestly, I should have rolled more friend points than I did back during Gouda 5 rerun. The Gouda where we had Nobukatsu back on Raid Up. Because now I've completely, the past couple of months of us with Grail casting, I've already eaten through all of my Nobukatsu coins now. So I really need another source of coins, servant coins. So I'm gonna have to go hard on friend point rolling during our next the super Paul Bunyan event, because we have Mary Anning as our next 1-star. So I need to farm her coins to fuel Grail casting for a good while. But yeah, those are my plans. just rolling front points now just so that I can get my current max level CE to level 100. Apparently people say it's not that necessary because this lottery should be very easy to farm. But I'm doing it anyway because it's not like I'm planning on farming this lottery super hard, so it's like I want to have some content during lottery season at least, so might as well do this. Aragon, thanks so much for the 45 months. Front point rolling is pretty depressing. I don't mind it. I can sit through hours of this, personally. I mean, this isn't that much different from farming lotteries themselves, to be honest. At least to me. Maybe I'm just weird. Alicio, thanks so much for the 45 months as well. Tyrare, welcome back for 47 months. One more month, yep. One more month to 4 years. And Aphatim, welcome back for 31. Lottery time. Oh, I'm not gonna be farming lottery myself. At least not. I'm just farming it with natural AP. I'm not farming it. I'm not no-lifing it like I used to. You guys should already know this by now, because we've already had what, at least 2 lotteries, so far, where I've completely just like not farmed them at all. Maybe 1 lottery, maybe 2. I forget how many we've had since last winter's. Yeah, plenty of bombs. I used to have a lot of CE bombs, and I used them to max level 2 of my 2030s, without forgetting that we had a lottery event coming up. Well, to be fair, I didn't expect to get a CE drop on literally my first run of 90+ a couple days ago. So I was like, well, shit. I guess I better limit break this. The FP rolling itself is fine. It's just the inventory organizing afterwards is a pain in the ass. I mean, literal years of farming lotteries hard and then having to organize your inventory to get rid of all your CE, your XP cards, kind of trained me for that. So personally, I don't see how that's a big deal. Hey Hector Mercury, welcome back. Currently running the stream but no volume, alright. Well, I guess that means you can't hear me, so. You've paid me almost a 1.5 big St. Quartz packs. Greatly appreciated. Everybody's beating up the CE pinata for CEs. Hopefully y'all have been farming lottery as much as you can. Have you played Samurai Remnant? No, and I doubt I ever will, but I hear it's a good game, so good on them. Anyone got tips for Tesla Cup? What is Tesla Cup? Just like the group name for like the challenge quests? Cause let me see here. Tesla Cup Mega Coil, whatever this is. So yeah, high difficulty. Yeah, these must be the challenge quests, no? Like each of these challenge quests have certain gimmicks, I think, that you need to be able to get. You need to be able to deal with. I'm pretty sure. Just look up what those gimmicks are on what is it? On the wiki, on the FGO wiki or whatever. whatever your preferred Clairvoyance EX website is. Also, Kuni03, thanks so much for the 11-month resub. Welcome back. How's it going, man? Challenge quests are pretty cringe and a giant waste of time. I mean, don't they all give you tickets? Because if they do, then it's still worth doing, obviously, if you can do them. Oh, and if you use a server in one of these quests, you can't use them for the others? Oh, I see. If you beat one of those challenge quests in Tesla Coil, but you decide that, oh, I need one of these servants for another quest, can you like reset your quest progress so that way you're able to use a servant you used before on another challenge quest, or once you've beaten a challenge quest, that's it, you're locked in and there ain't shit you can do? You can? Okay, good. I was about to say, like, if you can't do that, then holy shit. Like, how fucked would you be? But you won't be able to unlock the final quest unless you do it all in one go. Oh, I see. So yeah, you definitely have to plan ahead, huh? Jesus, I feel bad for the JP players who had to figure that shit out. At least the NA players had the advantage of looking ahead and being like, okay, like these are all the quests. Like we have to go this. We have to throw in this team, this team, this team, that team, and that's hard enough to do already. Can't imagine what the JP players had to do 2 years ago, when they had no idea what any of these quests did. I'm sure give it like a week or so, and people would figure it out. But excuse me. Pomfinator, thanks so much for the 47 months. 47 months of content. Hey, welcome back, man. And yeah, one more month to go. I should probably put away my gold embers before I accidentally burn them. I wonder if I even have any more room on in my second archive. The answer would be no. It's not hard, but it's just really fucking annoying, I can imagine, yeah. Oh, these challenge quests are just repeats? Even if they're repeats, though, it's like, well, now you have to figure out, like, okay, so I can't use these old teams that I used before. So now you have to use completely different teams. And that means that you can't just, you know, double cast Tori everything. Then that's a legitimate, that's kind of a legitimate concern, you know? But regardless, yeah, I can imagine it's really fucking annoying. Anyone know which map I should farm lotto on? What, just for a maximum lottery efficiency? I would imagine 90 plus, but there can be regular 90 could be better in terms of raw drops, raw lottery currency drops. I'm farming 90 plus myself just because I want to farm the shop currency to clear out shop. But I may switch over to just raw level 90, just for nothing but lottery currency drops. They're saving lower. It's either that or you keep farming 90 plus for the best chance of getting lottery CE drops, because it should be the best on 90 plus. Marginally so, but. Oh yeah, or for the node mats themselves, yeah. Good point. Just stopping by to support you. Wanted to say you got Saria from Kennel Banner on second pull. Hey, congrats, man. And then, yeah, you're just gonna save now for Shu and Jule. Alright, cool. Good plan. But yeah. Good to hear, man. And yeah, best of luck with the rest of your Arknights adventures. Are lottery nodes good for bond lanterns? They're standard. There's nothing like remarkable about them. They're just a standard 915 bond points for a 40 AP quest, I think. I believe that bond lanterns, I think if you haven't used your bond lanterns yet, or your teapots, yeah, teapots, I think you might as well use them now because they're gonna expire soon anyway, which means that I have to use my lanterns too at some point. Unless your lantern still can last until like another event that has better bond gain. But I don't know anything about that. You're gonna have to ask Chad about that one. Hold your lanterns or hold your teapots for Trom, because they'll last until then. Alright. Go with the Zakuda saying. They last for like 2 months, I think. Okay, yeah. And now that you mention it, I don't think I think we got our last round of teapots not too long ago, so. They expire end of May, and Trom is gonna be middle of May. All right, fair enough.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. 모르 크리스마스 새해 복 많이 받아.
Okay. New round of friend point summoning. Is this for damage C? No, not for damage C. Do we even have a damage C for this event? I'm assuming we do. Usually during lotteries, we usually have a damage C, CE anyway. But no, this is for lottery CE. We do? I assume we get it from lottery boxes then. But no, this isn't for damage C. This is just for lottery drop C. Hey, Hinamakro, welcome back. If I feel like I need to max level the damage CE, then I can always do that. Are you purged? Purged from what? Oh, my friends? No. As long as you've been logging in every day, I don't purge you. Matter of fact, I still need to go through my friends list and purge some people because I went through it a little bit the other day and noticed a lot of people who haven't logged in for like over a week. Some of them are like have been gone for like a month, so it's time that I cleaned up my friends list a little bit at least. What team do I use for wave 2? What, on 90 plus? On 90 plus I usually use a support. Because my team for current 90 plus is Koyan Dark, a support, DPS, and Koyan Light for wave 3. Because I have a Grailed level 100 MP5 Koyan Skya. So she's more than enough to kill Martha in one shot. So I just rely on a support DPS, either Ishtar, some sort of 5-star AoE archer like Ishtar or Gil. They're both good for that. Or Morgan. And Jay, thanks so much for the 47-month resub. Welcome back. If you have any requirements for Lotto C, let me know. Don't have a limit break yet, but hopefully you'll get one tonight. Don't really need one now. I have enough people on my friends list who have the lottery C on their Morgans or like a 5-star archer anyway. The Renaud will rotate, I think, tonight or tomorrow, I think, anyway, so. And we'll see what I want for tomorrow's round. Or the next round, I should say. Excuse me. It is tonight? Alright, there we go then. Tonight will be DVR's time to shine, alright. Keep that in mind then. Fox Mister 2. Ah, nice. You meant for rotation too? Okay. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't even know what that. I don't even know what the next rotation even looks like at the moment. What was this again? Battle in New York. Actually, what is this event even called? Yen server. Okay, it is called Battle in New York. In New York. Let's see. Oh, they're all casters. Yeah, DVR looks pretty good for this. I know I do have a couple of AoE riders that could probably use here. I could even use Ozymandias here, to be honest. But yeah, my teams aren't going to be efficient at all, because I limit broke my lottery CEs early, just to be able to help the people on my friends list. So, like, I'm literally running only a 2-slot team, which means I can take all the 50% charges I want. So my teams will look a lot different from yours. Assuming you're also trying to be, assuming you're trying to be efficient with the lottery drops. Why do I have this many 4-star CEs anyway, or XP cards anyway? I must have redeemed like a 4-star like XP card pack or something. This is not called Tesla. We call it Tesla Fest just because Tesla's on the front cover, but technically this event name is called Battle in New York. No Genshin today? No. Playing other gacha games today. What you cooking, Mrs. Streamer? Playing FGO for today. You were able to full clear a shop for once. Typically during lotteries is very easy too, because you're gonna be you're farming lottery events a lot anyway. Especially if you just sit in 90+ nodes all day. Kobo cover, yes. Huh, that's funny. I actually got a 3-star event C. Was not expecting that. Us FGO boomers remember before the times of 90+, you had to figure out which rotation you wanted to farm to clear out shop. I mean, that was pretty easy. You just farm whichever node had the appropriate shop currency, and you got that done within like the first couple of days, so that way you didn't have to deal with it later. At least that's what I did. Anyone have ideas for a triple DPS 90+ team for next rotation? So far you got Morgan and Kentucky. Quick question, are you assuming 6-slot team or are you do you plan on throwing in some 50% charges in there? Actually, they're all 50% charges, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, they're all 50% chargers. You got Hanabi, but at a high cost. Well, the important thing is that you got her at least. Hey, Faco, welcome back. Morgan and Kentucky. Kentucky's obviously gonna kill Wave 2 because single target. I assume you plan on using. Actually, I'm looking at the third rotation. I have to look at second rotation. Either way, though. Actually, you plan on using Morgan for wave 3 now, aren't you? Yeah, because Morgan has anti what, man? If I'm not mistaken. And Edison is man, so Morgan is perfect for him. Yeah, super effective against man. So you're gonna be using Morgan on wave 3, Kentucky on wave 2. So somebody declare wave 1. I assume you just bring a an AoE rider then, no? Yeah, just any AoE rider with a 50% battery, or 30% battery plus 20% append. And we have a lot of those, I would assume. Ideally somebody who has like party buffs. I know who's that 5-star permanent writer who has the same artist as Iris? Drawn by God, I'm even forgetting the oh, Red Juice, yeah. Europa, yeah, that's her name. Europa is decent for that. Cause she does have a defense down for wave 3. Drake obviously is a good one. I forget if Ivan is a good wave 1 clear there. He did recently get his buff, right? I just don't know if he has any party skills or party utility or buffs. I don't think he does, but you should be able to find a 5-star AoE rider there to be a wave 1 clear. Yeah, I would imagine your Morgan is gonna be your wave 3 clear unless she's like only MP1 or something. I think at MP2 she should be okay. If not, then you can always just plug suit in, you know, a Coin Sky at Light in there somewhere or something. If it comes down to it. But yeah, that shouldn't be too hard.
It's been a long day. Will you call me? You got me sleep talking. So come sleep talking. Know what to sleep talking. Know what to do with you.
Ivan has no team buffs. Okay, then there you go. Don't use them then.
Convince myself I'm doing alright, but you know, taking one step, taking one back. When you text me saying no way, no fair, no fair, no fair. Your eyes they
Added friends yet? Nope. I plan on doing it after I'm done with getting the CE to level 100. Might take me an hour or two to get there though.
I'm breathing you in. I just can't forget why you got me stressed. I'm just wanting you. That's what you do. You got me sleep talking in my dreams. I'm sleep talking all these nights. It's you. No more hiding it. Nah, caught up in your big sleep talking in my dreams. I'm sleep talking all these nights. It's you. You killing me. Sleep talking no face. That you got me all day. I'm sleeping. Dreams I just hear a voice.
He doesn't, but he can still hit wave 3 pretty hard. Yeah, because Ivan, even before his buff, Ivan has always hit really, really hard. At least in my experience. What are the requirements for friend adding? I have none. I'm not adding, I don't plan on adding people for my own benefit. I'm adding people to help you guys. I mean, it helps if you guys have your own strong support list so that I can use them too, but that's not exactly the focus of what I'm doing right now. I don't have any requirements. Also, Hinamakura. Is that Hinamakura? I think it's Hinamakura. Thanks so much for the 31-month resub. Welcome back. Yeah, it is. Same Hiragana. So thanks for the 31 months. Too much thinking, you'll just use God Junin and call it a day? Yeah, fair enough. think Hort. Hit big red button. Everybody dead. Gotta go shower. Gonna farm with you like the old days. Hey, thanks, man. But yeah, we'll see you in a bit. I was in the stream, Ebony Knight. How's it going? Hopefully you're enjoying the lottery. God, that's such a good Chiori song. I believe this is an original too.
Around the world, everyone says that love is just like a dream. Feel like I'm melting from the heat. Love it feels so serene. Ooh yeah, ooh, just like that, you know just how it goes. Don't ever stop, but you already know. You're just so sweet, my baby. Got me wanting more, so taste it, yeah. I don't got no worries, I feel good, good, good. The warm sun on me, I wanna go and party. Don't let this love end, now I won't pretend. Recipe
Ina of the floor, what is your wisdom? Buster. Actually, how far is Ina into Camelot's story? Because I haven't been catching up with I haven't been able to catch up with Ina's Camelot progress. Because I believe she's done about 4 Camelot streams so far. Maybe 3 or 4. I know she's done at least 2. Your goal is to finish Lost Belt 6 by May? Yeah, sooner the better, because I believe we're going to get Traum after that, so... I'm fairly certain Traum, you have to finish Lost Belt 6 to get into Traum, or whatever. So the sooner the better. She's on like section 8, so that's about halfway. Huh, she must have got... She's made a lot of progress then. Then again, Camelot isn't exactly a long chapter, at least now that we've read through fucking Lost Belt 6 and whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do more Ina FGO critiques soon in order to catch up. Once you've read Lost Belt 6, everything else is basically a short story in comparison. Have you tried? Oh, voice crack. Have you tried Mega Coil, or have you already done it? No, I haven't. I haven't done it yet. I will wait until maybe the second half of the lottery event to go through them on stream. I'll try to go through it all at once. So if you want to watch me do them, then maybe come back in about a week or so. And I'll do it all in one sitting on stream, or at least I'll try. You're stuck at only 1 XD? I assume that's just a face you're making. No friends, no repeats and rounds is awful. Well, stick around and maybe I'll add you. Because you're the exact kind of person I want on my friends list just so that I can help you guys. Once I'm done getting to level 100, I'll start adding people. It's not too many. I think I only have room for about like maybe 7 or 8 at max, but I do need to go through. I need to purge some inactives from my friends list, so now's a good time to get some fresh blood in there. Oh, you meant the sense of the Mega Coil quests? Yeah, you can't take any friend supports and no repeats. Yeah, so it's gonna be very challenging for a lot of either new or intermediate players. Really, the Mega Coil quests are mainly designed for veteran players and players who have a ton of servants. Which is why like you shouldn't neglect your other servants and just go with like, oh, your meta core characters, because every once in a while you have events like these that throw a fucking curveball at you and be like, oh, by the way, you can't use repeat servants, so how's the rest of your account looking like, by the way? Like, you can't get complacent. Like 90% of FGO is just using the same couple of teams over and over, sure, but again, every once in a while, like 10% of the time, we'll get an event where it's like, oh, by the way, do you have more servants than your core? Like, we always have those tower events every now and then for a reason. Those exhibition quests look harder, so try out those first so you can use command spells since they recover daily. Yeah, not a bad idea. But you definitely, if you're talking about the Mega Coil events, the quests, the CQs, then yeah, you definitely want to plan ahead. Make sure you have the exact teams you want going into them. Nice, a habit drop. Every time there's a tower event, we have the same conversation. People don't listen. It's usually because it's different people every time. It could still be the same people. Who knows? But yeah, we're always gonna get people to be like, who are gonna be like, oh shit, like I hate these events, because I don't have enough servants to do these, blah blah blah. But we're always gonna get people like that though. Bakaneko 909, thanks so much for the 46-month resub. Welcome back. Yep, almost 4 years, man. Hope you've been better. Cheers to more months. Yeah, I'm hoping I can turn things around, but still things are looking like the same as ever. Definitely easier the better your account is. Yep, I mean it is. I mean, FGO is a gacha game after all. At the end of the day. What do you mean you're better off with more characters in a gacha game? It's almost like the game wants you to roll for more characters. Funny that, huh? How do we become your friend? Just sitting in a chat and waiting until I can max level this event C. Because afterwards I'll be picking random people to get on my friends list. Because again, let me reiterate, I'm not looking for friends to benefit myself. I don't care about that anymore. I'm just mainly trying to get new people on my friends list so I can help them with their lottery farming in case they really need it. So ideally, I want people on my friends list who, aren't absolute fucking whales on their own. Because you guys don't need my help. Other people do. But then again, I can't, obviously there's no way for me to know who to put on my friends list, so I'm just taking anybody at the moment. What do you mean I can't be the next Honaku Green? I mean, sure you can, but do you know the game as well as he does? Because, for as much as I know about FGO, I still consider Honaku Green to be my superior as far as, like, actual gameplay knowledge goes. I have the theoretical knowledge, but he has the actual practical knowledge. Because he's the one who actually, does the challenge quest shit on a regular basis. Actually, I don't even know how much Honaku's been streaming FGO as of late. Like the few times I've seen him stream lately, it's been what? He's mainly been streaming Arknights, I think. Do this. Do I want to bother keeping a habit shot? No, I don't care. It's hard to find Merlin these days. To support Merlin, yeah, because he's not really much of a farming support. I think you should have. I think for those of you who have Merlin, it is nice if you put up your Merlin with like a challenge quest related CE, just to help out people for their challenge quest stuff. But yeah. I'm not a big fat whale, trust me, bro. Guess FGO wasn't enough of a challenge for him, LMAO. I mean, that and, where's the fucking content? Where's the fucking content in FGO, man? I don't know. I guess Los Angeles doesn't feel the need to put in content as much as they used to, huh? Where'd our 2-week events go? Where'd our reruns go? What do you mean Los Angeles has had a staffing shortage for the past fucking 2 years? So yeah, it's not as much of an issue with FGO no longer being a challenge, but there's no fucking content, is the thing. Yeah, have your Merlin with Cosmos just for challenge quests on support? Yeah, same here, I think. In my all slot, I think. What do you mean Ordeal Call is content? I mean, sure. Content every 3 or 4 fucking months. I actually don't even know how often they update Ordeal Call anyway. Though, to be fair, doesn't FGO have a stream soon? Let me look up their YouTube channel. FGO JP. Yeah, they've got a stream scheduled for, I guess, a day from now. Maybe like 30 hours from now. On the morning of the 20th. And they've got another one with Anime Japan on the 23rd. The Anime Japan one this weekend is probably going to be like a preview stream, so they'll probably announce something there, but it's been a while since our last content preview stream too, so. Also, Ramnathal, Valentine, thanks so much for the 2-month reset. Welcome back. Also, based as fuck Guilty Gear character. Let's see. I should probably do this first. They're actually gonna do the Lost Belt 2 recollection during the lotto. Did they just announce it on Twitter or something? Oh, they also added Tesla's buff. I should probably get that done at some point. FGO 2-1? Yeah, we already have FGO 2. It's called Honkai Star Rail. We need MiHoYo as dev and Sony as publisher? Hell no! Fuck Sony. Sony already owns FGO, and look how that happened. Or look what that's doing for FGO. Hell no, MiHoYo doesn't need Sony. They're big enough without them. I mean, if anything, MiHoYo should be the publisher. Is going to be the publisher themselves. You fucking kidding me? They have a stream this week. Yeah, they have 2 different streams this week. One in, I guess, 1 or 2 days, depending on where your time zone is. And then the next one in about 5 days from now. The Anime Japan stream is probably going to be the content preview stream. Though, to be fair, I don't know what their next event would be. Like, we knew with the last one it would be something related to Chaldea Boys, I think. Either Chaldea Boys or... Actually, what even was the last preview stream about anyway? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, that's right. The last preview stream was for Andromeda, right? Yeah, that's when they announced Andromeda for Valentine's, I think. And then they didn't bother doing a preview stream for Chaldea Boys because they never do, I don't think. Actually, no, I think they did at one point. I think they did for Chaldea Boys 2 years ago, something like that. I don't fucking know. Sony turned disasters like No Man's Sky into legit games. That Redemption arc was legit legendary. That wasn't Sony, dude. Maybe Sony had some things to do with No Man's Sky turning into a good game, but that was mainly fucking Hello Games doing that shit. Don't give credit to Sony. Sony didn't do shit compared to what the developers themselves actually did. You think Sony's gonna go? You think Sony goes out there and actually fucking works on games to make them good? Hell no. Like, why on earth do you think Sony's gonna do that? Just cause they're the publisher? You think Sony threatened them with a lawsuit? Oh, okay, so you think that threatening, just because all you need to do as a publisher is threaten your devs to make a good game and all of a sudden you give them credit for it? Holy fucking shit. The logic. I mean, if anything, if what I know about that situation was is true regarding No Man's Sky back in the day, back when it initially flopped, part of the blame was on Sony for them inadvertently putting even more pressure on the devs in order to try to make it a huge success out the very beginning. So I would argue Sony didn't fucking help at all. So I don't know where you're putting credit for Sony from. I don't know where that's coming from, to be honest with you. You can be sure that they're gonna slap their name on everyone on it, though. Yeah, for sure. Because yeah, why wouldn't they, right? But that you kind of expect them to do that just because, you know, just from a marketing perspective, that's what they should do. But if that's not what we're talking about. If we're talking about, you know, oh, like, who made No Man's Sky eventually into a good game, that wasn't Sony, that was the devs. Last I checked, Sony wasn't a developer. I mean, I'm sure they have developer teams that are, like, in-house, perhaps. But I don't think Hello Games was one of them. They just partnered with Sony, I believe, back in the day. Oh, there's another angry mango. Fuck Sony for hoarding Bloodborne. He won't see us lowly YouTube plebs. Eventually I will, but I do kind of focus on my Twitch chat a little more. Who's the singer for which song? I don't know how far back you asked that question, but what do I want to listen to now? Ooh, perfect. Toa songs. How's the lottery event for you? I'm just taking it chill. I'm for the moment retired from lottery grinding like I used to. Like I used to grind them. Don't have the money to support mindless grinding anymore like I used to. Is the event CE good? What, the lottery drop CE? No, not really. It's split stats, so that automatically means it's pretty bad. Very few CEs that are actually good even while having split stats. If you have split stats, then that usually means it has to be a support CE in order to actually be good. Hey, farming tonight? Not much. I'll farm the second rotation a little bit. But mainly right now I'm trying to get my Limit Broken Lottery C to level 100. Just to help out the people on my support list. Did you listen to Toa's and Flare's cover of Ghost Roll? No, not yet. I should probably give that a listen. If you had the ballpark, how much friend points did you drop to MP5 Mango? Oh, on average, it takes 1 million friend points to get a single copy of Angry Mango. So if you want to go off that logic, if you want to go off the average, then, 5 million. I remember back when Angry Mango first got put into NAFGO with the first run of the Fate Zero collab event. It took me just under 300,000, which was definitely way under average to get my first Angry Mango. Oh, and also, I think there was somebody in Twitch chat who asked me, like, how... Oh, yeah, it was Zakuda, wasn't it? Zakuda asked me earlier. I don't know if he's still in chat. But I think I remember Zakuda or somebody else in Twitch chat asking me how I was able to hoard, like, what, 70 million from... Was it Zakuda? I feel like Zakuda... We've known each other for a while. So I'd imagine he knows how I've been able to stockpile 70 million. Anyways, whoever it was in Twitch chat who asked me how... I have, like, what, 70 million friend points right now? It's because of lotteries. I farmed every... Up until last year, yeah. Up until last year, I farmed every lottery really, really hard. Anywhere from, like, on average, 600 to 1,000 boxes. I mean, one of the last lottery events I really degened on, I farmed, what, 2,000 boxes? I forget how long that was ago, though. I think it's been about 2 years since then. So, yeah. I've grinded my ass. Not 2 years, probably a year. But I've grinded my ass off for these lotteries. Lottery events are the best place to get friend points because each box has, like, what, 14,000 friend points? So if you farm on average like 500 boxes every lottery event, then yeah, you end up having a lot of friend points. And so they kind of add up pretty quick. Well, I say pretty quick, not really, though. Habitat is a lot easier. Yeah, 4 stars. The 4 stars like Saber Lily and Habitat are theoretically, statistically a lot easier to get. Angry Mango is still the single rarest character in the game, even rarer than the 5 stars, I believe. It just accumulates, yeah. Just surprised I hadn't rolled. Yeah, I was planning on rolling a lot of it during the Gouda 5 rerun. Just ended up not doing it, I guess. I forget what the reason was. Maybe I was just too lazy. But yeah, my intention was never to just sit on 70 million friend points. I did want to use them up eventually, but never got around to it. Let's see, Toa, Flare, what was it, Ghost Trick? Yeah, this one. I was not expecting this start for the song. Oh, this song is familiar. I forget who sang this. Yeah, this song sounds familiar. I've listened to other VT. There was another cover that I recognize this song from. I forget who it were. I forget who sang them though. That I remember from the first time I heard this. Still nice hearing Toa cover with Flare, I guess. The thing with FGO is that the less you spend, the less you need to grind. I mean, that's just the thing with most gachas, no? I mean, that ain't just an FGO thing. I hope you realize. Like what gacha game does that not apply to? Oh yeah, Kanata. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard Kanata's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kanata's cover of the cover of this song is the famous one. I think, right? Yeah, kind of covers how you discovered the original song. Yeah. You reach the point in FGO where you don't even need to grind anymore, but you just do it anyway because of your OCD. It do be like that sometimes. Azure Lane and some other games have other grinds that are not caused by spending. I don't know about those other games you speak of, but for Azure Lane, I know for a fact that first of all, Azure Lane is a waifu collector more than it is a game. Most players who play Azure Lane don't give a shit about it as an actual game. Matter of fact, I can argue that Azure Lane's gameplay is pretty trash. Cause like it's mostly an auto battler, so it's like it's a de facto auto battler. So it's like, okay, who cares? Second of all, even though Azure Lane, the grind it's actually in the old days, in the first couple of years of Azure Lane, actually, like the grind for that game was actually horrendous if you actually cared about it. Nowadays, the grind for Azure Lane is actually not that bad. In fact, it's pretty good. You can grind levels on your characters pretty quickly. But back in the day, oh my god. Back in the day, and for grinding both character level and like weapons, oh shit, man, I can show you how bad that shit was from back in the day. Not only that, but the one problem that Azure Lane has always had and still has to this day is the fact that you have to buy dock space. Like, the game has 700 characters, like 600 something characters. Total characters, and like unique characters, there's probably like 400 or so. And the game still, I think, defaults your account to having only 200 dock space. So Azure Lane's got some different problems. And to be honest with you, I consider those more serious than whatever the fuck other gacha games have. Because at the very least, with games with like Hoyoverse games, say what you want about them, but at least you don't have to worry about fucking character space for those games. It's not like FGO where you need to worry about, like, oh my god, like, your characters and your XP occupy the same fucking inventory, like, which is like, what? God, old gacha games are a fucking trip, let me tell you. But no, I would still argue that Azure Lane was no different. At least OG Azure Lane. You got more ships the more you wanted to grind for that shit. If you didn't want to, that's fine. But like, that's the same as it's more or less the same as any other gacha game. Or it's like, oh yeah, you can more roll characters, but like if you want to actually grind them, or if you want to grind like gear or levels for them, like it's up to you. Because, I mean, technically, you don't have to do what I'm doing here in FGO, where you level up every single fucking character. You can be those Facebook whales where all they do is roll gacha and never level anybody. It's just that when it comes time to actually do events, when you try doing, you know, for example, the Mega Coil challenge quests, like, just don't bitch on Twitter or anything about how, oh, Mega Coil events are so trash because you can't even take repeat characters or whatever. Well, in that case, well, you know, sucks to suck. They're stingy with the free gems too. Yeah, obviously they could be more generous with gems. It's just that, like, them being stingy with gems isn't the big deal. My biggest problem with Azure Lane is that for free-to-play characters, like, how on earth are you supposed to get more gems in order to increase your dock space? Because, like, the meta, what is it? The meta characters in Azure Lane, not like in a tier list sense, just the literal meta characters that you get from like Opsai and shit. Like, there's no way for you to get rid of those meta characters. Like, you're forced to get them. So for a lot of those meta characters aren't even that good either. So it's like for a lot of free-to-play players out there, it's like now they're just intentionally clogging up your inventory, and you have no way of expanding your inventory unless you spend money. Like, that's like the single biggest issue I have with the game, I think. So it's just a specific problem. I would argue it's separate from like them not being very generous with gems, because like them being generous with gems is one way to fix the issue, but it's not like it's not like, oh, if they do this, then this will be done. You're new to my Twitch, but long-time viewers on YouTube. Oh, by the way, Hazama, I answered your I responded to your comments over on YouTube, so I assume you didn't listen to me there. But how's lottery for you? I don't bother with farming lotteries that often anymore. If I still had my job that I used to have from, what, a year ago? Oh, date update. Then I will probably still be degen grinding these lotteries, but nah, not anymore. I'm quasi retired for now. Maybe I'll come back to degen grinding lotteries again like I used to, but for the time being, no. Not only that, but I don't need to farm lotteries like I used to before. At least not for now. Also, Azure Lane still has a dock space issue. Yeah, unfortunately it does. You never had an issue being free to play in Azure Lane, really? Because like I feel like that's like a big problem that free to play players would have in Azure Lane, the fact that you can't increase your dock space. Unless you saved all your gems that you ever got, just from being a free to play in Azure Lane for just to do nothing but spend it on dock expansions, maybe. But I don't know. I've never played Azure Lane as a true free to play myself, so I wouldn't know how good or bad it is. I just imagine it would be pretty bad. If it's actually not that bad, then Hope you finally get Hans Christian Andersen to who? Why have I not been getting any Hans? Unless you delete a ton of ship girls. Oh yeah, that is true. You can just get rid of all the elites that you don't really like or that you don't really care for. Like all your elites, your blues, your purples. I would imagine you still want to keep your commons just because you need them for enhancement fodder. But yeah, I guess that's a good point. You just get rid of all your elites because you know you're never going to use them or whatever. Just keep the characters you actually want. If you're just collecting SSRs and URs, not a problem. Yeah, if you want to keep certain characters and you just get rid of everyone else, and yeah, I suppose in that sense, yeah, it's no longer an issue. It's just that, you know, like, I just don't feel very comfortable with that because gacha games are meant to be waifu collectors, you know? Right? Like, gacha games by their very nature, players like your average gacha game player won't want to like delete characters entirely if they can help it, right? Which is something that newer gacha games deal with by making it so you can't get rid of those characters at all, right? You don't have to deal with like a fucking inventory space or space mechanic or shit like that. Like Arknights doesn't have anything like that. Like if I think about it, let's see. FGO has an account inventory thing. So does Girls Frontline. So does Azure Lane. I think starting with Arknights is when gacha games, at least from my perspective, stopped having, like, they just got rid of the whole account inventory mechanic altogether. Because Arknights, there's no character inventory space thing. That doesn't exist. You can only have one of each character, but at least you don't need to worry about like having to buy more fucking character inventory space. A matter of fact, just inventory space altogether isn't really a thing in Arknights. You can just keep as many of material as you want, I think. Maybe there's like an upper limit to that, but for the most part, like you can keep as much XP records as you want. You can keep as many characters as you want. So there's no issue there. Let's see, after Arknights was what? Genshin, I think? Yeah, Genshin is the same thing. There's no like character inventory limit or whatever. Like technically there's an item limit for your inventory, but that's like, you know, 9999 or whatever, like 9,999. So it's like, okay, sure, whatever. That's not really an issue. Blue Archive as well, no inventory problem there. Like Blue Archive doesn't have like an artifact, like an inventory space issue, as far as I know. So yeah, no problem there. What was my 7th game? Nikke, yeah, Nikke, same thing. No inventory space problem or whatever. Same thing with Star Rail, because Star Rail, Hoyoverse game, whatever. So same deal. Ether Gazer, yeah, Ether Gazer doesn't have like a character inventory problem either. And then lastly, Snowbreak, yeah, that doesn't have it either. Yeah, no New Age game has any like account space problem. It's just the old school games, just the old school gachas that had that issue, like pre 2020, I would say. And technically, Arknights is pre 2022 if you want to get technical about it. So like yeah, like that in that particular sense, the direction that gacha games have gone in terms of like how to manage inventory, I think is for the better, because yeah, you don't want to be stuck in a situation like in Azure Lane where it's like, oh, I want to keep all these characters, but I have to make some really tough decisions about who I want to keep if I'm a free to play, right? Why even force players to have that sort of like make that sort of decision in the first place? Like these are gacha games, bro. Like, you're meant to fucking collect waifus. You're meant to collect characters. The more you have, the better. So why does it have to be such a fucking problem for you to have to, like, have as many as you want? So yeah, I still stand by my statement that that's, like, the single biggest issue I have with Azure Lane. I mean, it's one of the only issues I have with the game. And I don't really have that many issues with the game in general. But that happens to be, like, the biggest one. And, like, they haven't addressed that for the past fucking however many years Azure Lane's been out for. Matter of fact, if you want to be technical about it, they made it even worse with the introduction of those meta characters. So, just kind of sucks to think about. What's going on too? Hey Valencia, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Speaking of Nikke, what the heck is up with that outfit gacha? What do you mean? What problem do you have with the outfit gacha? Give me 1 second, guy. Okay, I'm back. The issue with Nikke is the expansion for level. I understand where we're coming from with that, but if you know how to work around it, yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. Effectively, what the level expansion for Nikke mechanic does is it just delays your progress by about maybe anywhere from like a month to like 2 months or so. Which, it sucks, but as long as you understand what you need to do in order to overcome it, it shouldn't be that bad. That problem is not nearly as bad as the potential problem that I see in Azure Lane. Because again, for the Nikke level expansion thing, the whole point of that is just to when you first start Nikke, when you first start an account in Nikke, you just get all your SR characters, your purple characters, to double limit break, and you just set them as your first 5, or your top 5 max level characters, and then once you do that, you then work on getting 5 SSRs to triple limit break. Until you can get your synchro device to like level 200. And once you get to 200, that's when you're in the clear. So like as long as you know what to do, you can overcome that. It'll just take a while. But I mean, it's a gacha game, so everything takes some time and investment, right? Unless you pay money, in which case, you know. Have you played Crosswave? No. I know what it is, though. I know it's like a game that you can play on Steam or something like that. But no, I've never played Crosswave myself. What chapter in Nikke does it become hard to autoplay? That depends on how strong your synchro device characters are. And it also depends on what kind of characters you use. Some characters are just naturally very, very strong. Like if you run through a story with like top tier characters, you can definitely they can definitely punch a lot higher above their weight. Like the top tier characters for like story grinding, for example, like they can definitely be like at least like 5,000 power below the recommended power level, and they'll still be able to clear shit. Like the lower tier characters probably won't have that luxury. But eventually, yeah, even if you have top tier characters, eventually they'll come like a story fight where you can't get past it because the power differential is just too much. So it mainly depends on how strong your story clearing team is. Hey, welcome back, Roadkill. Hopefully that interview went well. I think you were the one who said you were in a government building for an interview, for a job interview. Being pilgrimless feels awful sometimes. I mean, it should always feel awful. Yeah, not having pilgrims is pretty shitty. Like your best bet to get pilgrim is to wait for a pilgrim, like a new pilgrim raid up, and go hard on those. Like, for example, whenever they give us a Modernia rate up, because I think Modernia's had 2 rate ups so far. And Red Hood's obviously had 1, so surely she'll get another one, right? Modernia is insane, yep. Top tier, baby. Mother Whale is just pure agony? Yeah, for real, man. Because for the Mother Whale fight, you need machine guns. And, like, Modernia still is my only, like, heavily invested machine gun. So if we get another Mother Whale fight at some point, like, I am fucking screwed. Because the only team I can run is a Modernia team, and that's it. Like, you absolutely need more machine guns there. We do have Hot Springs Ludmilla though, so if you have a heavily invested Hot Springs Ludmilla, I imagine she'd be able to do some work there. She won't get one for a while. I assume you're talking about Red Hood. Yeah, for sure, because Red Hood wasn't that long ago. Because who was our... Yeah, Red Hood was our anniversary character, right? And then Black Rose. What? I guess Young Scarlet? I'll just call her Young Scarlet. Young Scarlet was our New Year's character, I think. So yeah, it hasn't been that long since then, so... For sure, we're not really going to see another... We're definitely not going to see another... Pilgrim character for a while, or a Pilgrim rate up for a while. So yeah, Platinum Noah, I think you can afford going for the ReZero collab. At least I think you can. Like, always prioritize collabs if you care about them. If you don't care much for the ReZero franchise itself, then yeah, whatever, do whatever you want, but... If you care about ReZero, like, at all, then, like, focus on the... Or if you care about, like, whatever collab shows up, like, focus on the collabs first, because as of right now, we have no idea if Nikke will ever do collab reruns in the future. Amelia outfit is kind of mad though. Yeah, it wasn't very impressive. But I'm sure that's more for the actual ReZero appreciators though. So Song. Let me toss you the link here. It's it's a cover for "Girls Like Me Don't Cry" by Bao the whale VTuber. Thank God I put up Tesla banner, cause you're almost tempted to pull for Nira every day while front point rolling. Tesla the homies helping you save. Nikke 1.5 anniversary coming up, and people are speculating Cinderella as Pilgrim right up. Cinderella is the character who's part of who was it? Who was part of? Let's see. Who was part of the anniversary event, right? Part of the what is it? The Goddess Squad. The Goddess Squad or Heretics or whatever. Yeah, whatever, wherever she's from. I think I know what Cinderella looks like. I think. As she's the only one they can do it besides, like, maybe, for example, young Rapunzel. Yeah, we do need to get young Rapunzel at some point. I mean, we don't have to, but... if it's okay for us to have young Scarlet, then yeah. Where's the issue with getting young Rapunzel at some point? But yeah, Cinderella would be a more interesting character, as much as I love Rapunzel. Yeah. Getting somebody like Cinderella would be a lot more interesting. You're probably thinking of Dorothy. No, I'm not talking about Dorothy. I know, obviously I know what Dorothy looks like. Hey, Gabe, welcome back. Hey, how's it going, man? Anybody got an Aussie and max limit break you can use? Gabe, do I have you on my friends list? Because if not, stick around and I'll try to get you on. Because once I'm done getting the C to level 100, I'm gonna add some more people on my friends list just so that I can help them with their lottery farming for this lottery event. I do. Okay. All right. Then yeah. I can set an Ozymandias if you need him. All right. He's set. Who was that 4-star in Front Point Gacha? There are 2 4-stars in Front Point Gacha currently. One of them is Saber Lily, and the other one is Habitrot. Habitrot only joins Front Point Gacha after you clear Lost Belt 6. But those are the 2 Front Point. Those are the 2 4-stars that you can only get through Front Point Gacha. Was it a cat girl? I guess you could consider her one. I think she's not a cat girl herself. She just has a hat that happens to have like ears on them or something. Three years of playing FGO, still don't have Angry Mango. Yep, sounds about right. If you don't roll a lot of front points at once or whatever. Yeah, Angry Mango is kind of meant to be very hard to get. Are they good? Habitrot is good. She's one of our best free-to-play farming servants in the game. Saber Lily is she's alright, but by no means is she top tier or anything. Matter of fact, Saber Lily is basically a 3-star masquerading as a 4-star. So, take that for what you will. Meanwhile, there's a certain FGO farmer who has like MP40 plus mango. I wonder who that is. Her MP is pretty good. The rest of her kit is trash tier. Oh, a Saber Lily? Yeah. At first I thought you were talking about Habitat or Habitrot. And I was like, what the f are you fucking kidding me? And then I realized, oh wait, I did mention Saber Lily, but yeah. She's a Buster Wave Clear. And that's not nothing, but yeah. Everything else is kind of I mean, Saber Lily's main problem is that her stats are trash. Like they're mainly 3-star stats. If maybe she had like actual 4-star stats to back her up, then she wouldn't be as bad, but guess you got the layoff treatment a week ago. Hey, Leptune. Welcome to the laid off boys club. Glad to have you with us. But yeah, sucks to hear, man. Who is Mangra? Undermine you. We just call him Angry Mango as a joke. Question, should you save up apples for Bunyan's event? You remember reading it also had infinite farming stuff? I don't know how good Bunyan, the Super Bunyan event is as a farming event. The main thing about it for me personally is that we're gonna have another 1-star limited character, a limited 1-star character that's put into friend point gacha, and so I'm gonna try to roll as much friend points during that event as I can, and hopefully not ignore it like I did last time with the Gouda 5 rerun. So that's what I care about. That's why I care about that event personally. But again, I'm not sure how good of an event, a farming event it is on its own. So it's not that good. Okay, I'll take your word for it then. Yeah, mainly the Super Paul event is for its the 1-star, so that way we can farm we can roll friend points and farm servant coins from that. Is the servant a meme? Angramani? Yeah. Lore-wise, he's actually an extremely important character, or extremely important servant from the original Fate Stay Night novels and whatnot, the visual novels and whatnot. But gameplay-wise, yeah, Angry Mango is a big fat meme. What game is this? This game is called Fate Grand Order, or FGO for short. It's the oldest gacha game that I play still. It's the first gacha game I ever picked up. 6.5 years ago. Need to farm this event for class gems, I see. Worst of all, Typhon robbed you of 200 rolls in Arknight, so you might have to skip Jessica Alter altogether. Oof. In the pursuit of one sniper, you had to sacrifice another. I assume Jessica Alter is a sniper. I don't know what else she would be. Maybe she is actually something different. Also, Sedexter, I don't have you on my friends list now, do I? She's a defender? Oh, that's gonna be fucking weird. Yes. A defender with a sniper rifle. Okay. Let's see. Her subclass is Sentinel Iron Guard. I have never seen that subclass before. I assume that means she's a... No, she has the same range as Liskarm. So, I guess it must be the same thing. Yeah, same as Liskarm and Blitz. Now that I think about it, we don't really have a lot of those types of, or we don't have a lot of defenders of that subtype now, do we? maybe that subtype of defender is only limited to defenders with guns. Also, Shiny Fallen Star, thanks so much for the 20-month resub. Welcome back. The sub tax. Thank you for paying your taxes. It is tax season after all. And lottery tax? You didn't have to do that. But thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs, Shiny. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, much appreciate the lottery tax, even though I'm not really farming this lottery very much. Matter of fact, I actually haven't even done a single lottery node yet, because I've just been spending the last couple of hours getting this CE leveled up to level 100. But I appreciate the 10 gifted anyway. Finished Lost Spell 1 yesterday, and you gotta say it was pretty good. Yeah. Like, if you enjoyed Lost Belt 1, I think that you'll enjoy the rest of the Lost Belts as well. Because I think Lost Belt 1 is a good, like, barometer to gauge how good the stories are with just the entirety of the Lost Belt, like, arc. So yeah, if you enjoy Lost Belt 1, then I think you'll be able to, you'll enjoy all the others too. It's the happiness tax. Oof. But again, Shiny, greatly appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Just glad to see you on. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah. I'll at least do another FGO lottery stream where I actually farm the lottery a little bit at least. But yeah, I don't plan on farming the lottery too hard. Probably just use all my gold apples and silver apples and call it an event. But I know at least I'll at least do another FGO stream. Maybe actually another 2, because one will be a dedicated farming stream and the other one will just be a challenge quest stream where I go through all the challenge quests at once or something. That'll be a long stream, though, I feel like. Because we have a ton of fucking challenge quests to go through. So yeah, you can expect at least 2 more FGO streams from me, at least. While this lottery is going. Also, Shadow Cage, thanks for redeeming Uwu. But it's content, yeah. It is. Not gonna fall asleep mid-grind this time. I mean, I don't even... I'm not even gonna farm lottery that much to warrant me falling asleep on stream like I usually do. Gacha post stream. I'm not pulling for anything FGO until Archetype Earth, until anniversary, and that's not going to be for at least for another what, 3.5 months. Which actually, chat, Archetype Earth is actually not that far away. Now that I think about it, are you ready, chat? Thank you again, Mr. Drew, for the Aussie support. Yeah, no problem, Gabe. Also, Voshier, thanks so much for the 47-month resub. Welcome back, man. And yeah, almost four years of whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, one more month. Anniversary is in July. Beginning of July, not late July. You are confusing NAFGO with JP. And even then, JPFGO's anniversary is during August, not July anyway. Can't open your wallet for any gachas. Me neither, man. Oh, that's funny. Bao actually covered one of Mori's songs. Still jobless? Yes. Still an unemployed fuck. You heard Hoyo fandoms are in civil war once again. Well, on one hand, when are they not? And two, you call it a civil war, it's probably just one dude who's angry on the internet and just happened to get traction. You're probably talking about Tectone, that one Tectone video recently where some Genshin fanboy is upset about Star Rail, because when are they not? Five-star C selector is this anniversary? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you can pick either a K-scope or a black grail, whichever one you need. Are you excited for Z3? Yes, because it is one of the gacha games I do wanna pick up. Speaking of which, I believe Z3 has a third beta sign up going on right now. Beta sign up. Yeah, beta number 3. I'm surprised they're even having a third beta. Because, like, 2 betas I understand, but a third one? Huh. Wonder how many betas they had for, like, Genshin and Star Rail from before. Oh, they both had 3 betas as well? Okay, then that makes sense then. Anyone have Taigong Wong you use as support? I don't have Taigong Wong, so no, I can't even put him up even if I had you on my friends list. Genshin players do it to themselves, mainly because they don't know any better. So, I don't have vitriolic hatred for Genshin players like I do, like other content creators do, particularly Tectone. But I mean, that being said, I mean, say what you will about Techie, but if those videos get clicks and views, then they're doing their job. I mean, if I go look at those Genshin React videos, what is it? Yeah, that Genshin, his second to last video, the Genshin player cries because of Star Rail, the one he put out 12 hours ago. I mean, that shit already has like 66k views already. So give it another 12 hours, it'll probably break 100k. His Chiori video is at 90k views or whatever. So. I mean, honestly, any video he can make that shits on Genshin is actually one of his more what is it? Like, they consistently get him a lot of views, because like anything that has nothing to do with gacha games, for example, I don't know. I mean, shit, man. He even that one video he put up 3 days ago about fucking AI generated waifus or whatever. Like that only has 40k views on it. I mean, hell, he has this "What Japan Thinks About Wuthering Waves" video that only got like 46k views. So I mean, yeah, I don't fucking blame the dude. Any video where he takes the opportunity to fucking shit on Genshin Impact, those videos usually do pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. So. Now, will I ever watch those videos myself? Maybe if I can react to them myself, sure. But yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to actually watch them myself, to be fair. Creator drama is just Hoya versus PvP. Honestly, that's actually such a good point. I should actually make a video about that myself. Hey, you want PvP? Hey, here's your PvP. I'm so fucking stealing that, if you don't mind. 420 blaze it. Reactception. Honestly, my plan eventually is to like create like a pipeline of react videos where I react to other people's react videos. So yeah, literally reactception, because I think it would be pretty funny. But I have to actually work on setting up a pipeline like that. It might take me some time to get that done.
Hello, it's Bao. I wanted to announce that this video is sponsored by Sounddrop. Sounddrop is actually the music licensing platform I've been using for the past 2 years now to upload all of my covers and original songs. They make sure that once your stuff is licensed,
Fortunately, you're still enjoying Genshin as a 1.0 player. Same here, man.
Music, TikTok, Amazon, and a bunch of other places. Then, once your music is live, they will issue reliable monthly payments. If you have any collab partners, they can sign up for completely free and get their splits that way as well. Yes, it's completely free. I really recommend Sounddrop just for personal use, and I hope that you will give it a chance too. Yes. Please use my affiliate code link in the description below so Sounddrop knows that I'm doing a good job.
Also, is this a song or what?
Okay.
Oh, she just talks for the first minute or so.
Bye. Happy New Year.
Hoyo drama just hits different. You guarantee nobody's gobbling FGO drama if it happens. I mean, yeah, because Hoyoverse just is on another level when it comes to its player base. When drama happens for almost any other Gacha game, no one gives a shit because there's no one playing it. At least not compared to any Hoyoverse game, or specifically Genshin or Star Rail. I mean, hell, even if Honkai Impact 3rd has drama, no one would really care about that either. It's mainly about Genshin and Star Rail drama that people care about. So yeah, in that sense, for sure, Hoyoverse drama does certainly hit different. Steal it, doll, let the memes go round and round. Yeah, I think I'ma do that shit, bruh. Some other streamer already pointed that out. Shit. Alright, I can't make that joke myself then. Ads? You're actually getting ads on my channel? I'm not even running any ads myself. Now Techie's upset at Mr. Pokey for enjoying Genshin. Oof. You hate to see it. Envy did a TOS stream. Was it sponsored or not? Because if it's sponsored, I understand. If it's not, then that's kind of weird. All the creator drama reads like an old DBZ fight recap. I mean, at its core, drama is fucking stupid to begin with, so.
When we both run away and start it over, let it all unfold with new hopes in our hearts. Because now I know I'll always hold on.
To be fair, FGO hardly has any drama, not within its own community, no. Yeah.
How can I be patient?
I mean, the most kind of drama we have these days is with Lozengo and them being a shitty developer for FGO. And even then, we can't even blame them for all of it because, you know, Sony's a trash publisher too. Or Sony, or I'm sure Sony isn't a publisher, but whatever the fuck they're doing. I'm sure Mr. Tectone is being ironic about being pissed at Poke. Actually, is there a video? Did he make a video about that, or did he was it just something that he talked about on stream? Because I don't see any. Actually, no, I do see Mr. Poke here. Yeah, I'm assuming it was the video he made 3 days ago. The nuclear drama, genuinely, respectfully. I mean, that title itself alone sounds fucking retarded, but I would have to watch the video in full in order to see what he's talking about there. But I'd assume that's the video you guys are talking about, because that's the only one that has Poke's face on it. What's wrong with enjoying Genshin? Nothing. It's just Tectone is farming that shit for content.
One day I knew this wasn't fixable. I still want you, but I won't be in this if you don't want to.
Oh, ads do run only once. Yeah, those are the pre-roll ads when you first enter the stream. Those are normal. Yeah, because you for any partner stream, I think, or any affiliate stream, when you first enter their stream, you should get pre-roll ads, like, I don't know, a minute or so. I don't know. But yeah, I don't actually run any ads like manually on my own, so you shouldn't get any ads like in the middle of watching a stream if you're already here. At least you shouldn't. But it is Twitch after all, so don't really know. Drama and FGO is so 3 years ago, to be honest. Not only that, but like I do honestly feel like, at least for NAFGO, I don't know how it is for JPFGO, but for NAFGO, we've certainly the community doesn't feel as vibrant as it did like in the past, at least. Like, and we know for a fact we're gonna lose even more players too, because now NAFGO has firmly entered the threshold, the territory of no fucking content, right? 2 years ago, this is the point in time when JP FGO first entered its like drought of content, where we no longer get any reruns. All our events from now on are 3 weeks long, or except for lottery events, conveniently, and shit like that. So like NAFGO is for sure gonna lose even more players now that we've entered this era now. So like, we don't even have enough players to even like support any like drama content, even if we wanted to make some. Hey Mass Knight, welcome back. You heard friend slots? Yeah, Mass Knight. After I'm done getting the seed to level 100, and hopefully I'll be able to do it soon, because I've spent the last 2 fucking hours working on this shit. But yeah, hopefully soon I'll be able to add people on my friends list, because I need to purge my friends list, because I got some inactives now.
Somehow I still got love after all that you've done. Swear no matter what we do, I still want the best for you. 'Cause even when things seem bad,
Only reason you play NA is because you're too lazy to translate moon runes. I mean, same here, to be honest. Same here, man. I like being able to read what the fuck I'm doing. Let's see. You don't really need to translate moon runes. If you can play NA, you can play JP pretty easily. Yes, but like it's that extra mental baggage of like having to translate. If there's because eventually you'll run across something that you kind of need to know, but you're not going to be able to understand because it's in moon runes, and so you kind of you have to look up what that fucking means. Like I would imagine for like new events, right? When JP gets a new event, like there's something you gotta read where it's like, oh, like maybe you should know this, but then it takes a little while for players to like translate that shit. And unless you're friends with like a translator or like you keep your eyes glued on the fucking subreddit 24/7 for like the latest updates on like, oh, the events for like event translations and shit like that. Like you kind of stuck there wondering what the fuck you're supposed to do in case there's something you need to know that's useful for the event or whatever. So, like, it's just, like, sure, technically, like, if you already play NAFGO, you can hop onto JP pretty easily. But, like, every once in a while, there will be something that you kind of have to deal with. And, that extra little mental baggage of, like, having to worry about what the fuck these moon runes mean is, like, that can be enough to turn a lot of people off from that shit. Not to mention, you need to already have played NAFGO to understand what the hell's going on in JP anyway, so it's like, you know. It's like you already spent all this time playing NAFGO, like, do you really want to start all over again on JP? I mean, sure, some people might, but not everybody. I mean, yeah, technically you could hop on JPFGO just fine. If you already know, like, the basics of, like, menu navigation and shit. On NA. And then yeah, there's the whole clairvoyance part of it too. Which version of the song is this? This is this is the Aqua Terrarium song cover by Bao the Whale. Oops. You're gonna get Saber Lily at this. Oh, I've already gotten like 5 or 6 Saber Lilies. I burned them all already because I don't need any more. That's Bao. Yeah, this is Bao's cover. And if you were to pay money, you have to jump through so many freaking hoops to just to be able to have to pay for gacha. Yeah, that too. You think clairvoyance in exchange for a wait period is worth it to an extent, but that's just you. No, generally speaking, most people would consider that a fair trade. I mean, why do you think leaks are so popular in like the Hoyoverse games, right? Like, knowledge is power. Knowledge of future gacha content is everything. Because the thing that a lot of people want to know is like like what characters are coming up in the future, so that way they can plan. They can plan for the future, you know? So yeah, like depending on like how long you gotta wait for new content. Yeah, I'm sure people would be willing to, uh, you know, sacrifice like instant content for the ability to like save up for future content. You know. But I do also think that whatever the fuck NAFGO has going on with its 2-year freaking separation between like it and JP, that's a little bit much. Like if it were just a single year, that's a different story. But yeah, 2 years is kind of. You used to play JPFGO way back when. You just go to the Play Store and buy quartz if you wanted. It depends on how long ago that was, Sodexer. Because if it was like years ago, then I'm sure it was a lot easier to buy sync quartz through the JP store than it is now. Because nowadays, I think it's a lot tougher to try to buy sync quartz now. Like you have to go through several hoops in order for it to work. I think one of the more recent developments was that like your account, not only does your account need to be like a Japanese Google Play account or whatever if you're playing on Android, but like you're like you can't use, like if you're an American, you can't use your American credit card to like buy sync quartz for like a Japanese game or something like that. I don't know. It's weird these days. From how it was explained to me. So it's definitely harder to buy shit now or buy packs in JPFGO now, unless of course you've already taken the steps to address that. The Hoyoverse devs talked about leaks in the recent dev stream. Yeah, I watched it and I know exactly what you're talking about. And they don't like it. I mean, yeah, obviously. What developer likes having their shit leaked? The issue is, I don't feel bad for Hoyoverse at all. And matter of fact, I'm actually pretty astounded that they decided to talk about it on an official live stream. Yeah. But yeah, I don't feel bad for them at all, to be honest with you. Like, if it were any other company, sure, maybe. But no, for Hoyoverse, nah, they get no sympathy from me. Matter of fact, I think them talking about those leaks like that, like, like, why the fuck did you do this again? Because to me, that segment in their last dev stream of them talking about the leaks and how, oh, it hurts them so much. Like, honestly, that segment kind of came off as them like trying to like shame the leakers. Because like we can't do anything about the leakers ourselves, so I think the next best thing we'll do is to publicly shame them in our official dev stream, which is like, oh yeah, that's sure gonna help us. That's surely gonna stop them, right? Yeah, that segment was pretty. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking that was a good thing to talk about on their dev stream. But sure, whatever. It's their dev stream, I guess. it's always story leaks they care about. Character leaks are just free ads, which is ironic because most players only care about character leaks and don't really give a shit about story leaks at all. At least in my opinion. Maybe there are a decent number of Star Rail players out there who do care about story leaks or whatever, but generally speaking, I think most players who care about leaks in the first place only care about the characters and like what a character can do and like how good a character is, blah blah blah. Because like your average casual doesn't really care too much about the leaks, generally speaking, unless it's like a really big deal about like a very popular character, like for example Arlecchino or whoever. But story leaks, eh. Like, maybe for Genshin that can hold water, because obviously a lot of casuals care about Genshin story, even if they don't fucking understand half of it. But for Star Rail? I mean, it is different, a little bit different now, because we did have Panakini, and Firefly made a lot of people start caring about the story. Not surprisingly. So in that sense, perhaps, yeah, like Panakini's story leaks might actually mean something now. Hey, Lazy Chair, welcome back. How's it going, man? Alright, have a good night, Brian. Thanks for stopping by, and have a good one. You were talking about what the dev live stream was talking about specifically? Like, it was pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious, but some people didn't figure out the whole parallel between the connection between Sam and Firefly. Well, I mean, part of that doesn't surprise me because back in Genshin, I was told, because I didn't really pay much attention to Liyue's story, but from how it was explained to me, apparently people didn't figure out that oh yeah, Zhongli was behind all the shit in, like, a lot of the shit going on in Liyue when it was motherfucking Zhongli. So it's like, okay. Those some people who couldn't figure out, like, you know, the whole Sam and Firefly deal, let's just say those aren't the most intelligent people on planet Earth. Like, dare I call them, the hard R word? Did people just not read the Liyue story? I mean, we are also talking about the game where the casuals bitched about how the weekly Tartaglia fight was too hard, so these aren't exactly like peak gamers that we're talking about here now, are we? That's just most gacha players in general. I feel ya, but I still stand by my opinion that, like, MiHoYo, those MiHoYo employees shouldn't have even brought up those leaks to begin with, because again, I'm gonna be real with you. It just kind of came off as like them trying to like publicly shame the people who leak stuff, whether or not it was leaking story or whatever. Like maybe they specified like they specifically were talking about like, oh, people who leak story stuff, and they didn't really talk about like character leaks. Maybe I wasn't paying too much attention to that, because as soon as I realized what they were doing, what they were talking about, I was like, I just immediately tuned out. I was like, oh, here we go. So maybe they specified like, oh, just like story leakers, which I guess makes sense because we did have that Xiaoji guy up there, and I think he's the guy in charge of Penacony's story. Which, I mean, hey, if he's supposed to be like an impressive writer or whatever, I didn't really see it from 2.0 Penacony's story, because in my opinion, killing off Firefly that early doesn't really do anything, other than just having the pure shock value. Which, in and of itself, does have value, but in terms of like actually creating a cohesive, like a cohesive story over the span of Penacony, like it doesn't really do much for me. Like it might do the trick for everyone else, but not for us. Like anybody who's read and can actually appreciate, for example, FGO's story. Like I don't know how impressed you are by 2.0 Penacony's story, you know? Like, to be perfectly blunt and honest about it. So, like, I know Penacony's story isn't done yet, but like if 2.0 is kind of like the benchmark of what we can expect for the rest of Penacony's story, like I'm sorry to say, but like I'm not terribly impressed, you know? Having read FGO's story, you have to say it was mid, yeah. Like Hoyoverse so far for Genshin and for what? Genshin and Star Rail, yeah, the story writing is it's alright, but it's nothing special. I mean, honestly, the what is it? Like Fontaine's story overall was enjoyable, but I wouldn't say it's on the same level as, like, say for example, like FGO's Lost Spell 1 or something. Like it was intriguing at least, but it wasn't anything noteworthy, at least not to me. Excited for Achron? Yeah, I'm sure all of us are. She's a fucking cool ass character for sure. You think 2.0 was pure setup? I mean, yeah, obviously it was, but in my opinion, again, they shouldn't have killed off Firefly as quickly as they did. Like, if you want, a lot of people were obviously devastated by Firefly, quote, dying in 2.0, when 2.0 came out, obviously. But imagine how much more painful it would have been if Xiaoji killed off Firefly in, like, what, 2.2 or 2.3. The Firefly scene came out of nowhere. I mean, it was also obvious that she was gonna fucking die too. Like, if you're a veteran, you know, anime story watcher, or if you're familiar with how anime does story writing, like, you know, just generically, it's like, yeah, of course Firefly was gonna fucking die. Who are we kidding? So it's like, oh, Firefly dies. Big surprise. Well, you know, she's not dead? Yeah, for sure. She's not actually dead. At least not yet. Felt rushed like Tingyan. I feel like MiHoYo knows that they can't make a story too long, because otherwise it's just gonna go straight over most of their players' heads. So they kind of have to like hit you on the nose a lot when it comes to like writing, like especially Star Rail story. They can afford to get like long and fucking windy with like Genshin story and all, but probably not with Star Rail though. I feel like Star Rail hits the spot on that front. That's just short enough to not feel long, and then all the companion quests are for those interested. It feels like they got the balance done very well for most of the player base. Yeah, it's good enough, but if we're talking about actual story, yeah, I'm not one of those people, and a lot of us here aren't exactly those kinds of people either. Like, unlike the vast majority of Hoyoverse players, we actually appreciate good stories. Or at the very least, we have a better gauge for what a good story is, compared to most, right? Alright, enough bow covers. Let us listen to something else. We can listen to this again. How far am I in burning my 70 million from points? I'm not gonna burn them all today, obviously. Just enough to get my lottery seed to level 100. But yeah, just to round up my thoughts on the whole like Star Rail story thing. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's good enough for most Star Rail players. Like it gets the point across, and you know, it's not too long, so your average Star Rail player doesn't mind the length. But like them deciding to do that significantly compromises on like what the story could be. And if we're gonna talk about like story quality, like obviously, you know, a lot of us aren't exactly very impressed by it. Because it could just be so much better. A lot more fleshed out, but clearly they decided not to take that path. Finally had the motivation to 100% Genshin because friends were roasting you since you played the game since day one. Oh, were they giving you shit about how you don't have the entire map exploit or whatever, even though you're a day one player? I still need to get around to 100%ing the maps too. I think I recently 100%ed some of the Fontaine regions, which is cool. But gotta finish the rest of Fontaine. I also have to go back to Sumeru and finish the rest of Sumeru too. I think the main story for the main problem for a Star Rail story is that there's just too much fluff in the main story than the side, making the main less well built. Too much fluff? I don't know if I quite agree with that. I mean, Genshin, you could say that about Genshin's story, I think. Genshin's story, there's definitely a lot of fluff, even the main story. Like, for example, I don't know, like, during the Fontaine arc, like, I don't know why the fuck we had to spend as much time as we did in the fortress. Like, why exactly did we have to stay there for, like, multiple days, like, in-game time? Like, what the fuck were we even doing there anyway? Like, I don't even remember. Because, yeah, the fortress arc, the fortress sub-arc during Fontaine was fucking, like, I don't know what we were doing there. Or why it even took that long. So. So, yeah, for Genshin, maybe you could say that. But for Star Rail, maybe? I feel like Star Rail's story was more to the point than Genshin was, but maybe Star Rail also has that issue. I'm not sure. I can't really say. Maybe for Shenzhou, maybe for the Shenzhou story, it certainly felt that way. But for like Bellabog and Penacony, I don't think there was too much fluff. I mean, sure, obviously there had to be some, but I don't think there was too much. We were enjoying the views, yeah. As many views as we could get on down there, right? Oh, sorry. Accidentally unmuted Sayu's stream for a second. It's interesting because Star Rail has endgame content compared to Genshin, but it's still fairly casual friendly as a game. It'll be interesting to see how Z3 pans out in terms of its target audience. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Because yeah, like how will Z3 fit into the ecosystem of like MiHoYo's big games, right? Oh shit, a Fob Master raid. I did not expect that one. Well, shit, this is awkward. I don't have my usual 10 gacha setup that I usually have during, whenever I play, like, Genshin or Star Rail. Caught me at kind of an awkward time of me playing my, my old ass, going back to my roots as a gacha gamer. Oh shit, this is awkward. Anyways, welcome everybody over from Podmaster's stream. This is disgraceful. Pull it up now. True. But I hope you had a good stream, Podmaster. I don't know what you were playing. Were you playing what, Danganronpa or something? But yeah. But yeah, welcome back, welcome everybody from a Fob Master stream. If you don't know who I am, my name is Asian Psycho, aka Toast Sniper 98, but you can just call me Tuhu. I'm probably the most gacha addicted streamer you'll ever see, much more than most other people at least. Again, normally I would have my 10 gacha stream setup going on. Actually, matter of fact, since you guys are here. Alright, chat, brace for this. I actually don't know if my stream will actually lag during this, because I've actually never pulled up my 10 gacha stream while I'm actually streaming, but I can try it. Anyways, if you guys are wondering what game I'm playing right now, this game, if you guys don't know, is called FGO. It stands for Fate Grand Order. This is my first gacha game, actually, that I started playing 6.5 years ago, and I still play it to this day. So that's what this game is. Let's see here. You guys are gonna hear a lot of notifications because I'm pulling up all my emulators right now. So this might lag the stream. So yeah, bear with me for a second. Do this, do that. Pull this shit down first real quick.
Artifact farming.
That's a YouTube video I want to watch later. In the meantime, just party out for now, as I get all my gacha games up and running for real quick. But yeah, anyways, hope you guys have enjoyed Mr. Fobmaster's stream. And now you get to watch me do some real boring shit on FGO, at least initially. Because we have a mega farming event going on in FGO right now, and so I was doing stuff to prepare for it, actually. But now that you guys are here, we're about to derail this shit with something else. So, as I'm getting this shit prepped up, prepare to feast your eyes on the most degenerate shit you've ever seen out of a gacha streamer. Okay, that's Ether Gazer. Put that shit there. Load up FGO and not FGO, Genshin and Star Rail. I sure hope my PC can survive all this. It should be fine. Surely I won't blow up my own PC pulling up 10 gacha games at the same time, right? Surely nothing bad can happen from this. Oh, what's that? My CPU is starting to catch on fire? Oh, don't worry about it. I can always just get a new one. Alright, we're almost there. So this is FGO. Aqueebs. That's Blue Archive on the right. Girls Frontline's still going through some patches, because I haven't opened that game in a while. Right here. Oh, that's right, I'm forgetting Nikke. Give me a second. Where's my usual browser? Here it is. Nikke. Boop. There we go. Launch that. Do this. Anyways, while we're waiting for me to pull up all my gacha games at once, how y'all doing? Hope you guys are enjoying your, what is today, Monday night? Curious show of hands in chat. How many of you guys are multi-gacha game addicts too? How many of you guys are just as addicted to gacha games as we are? Cause for those of you guys in chat who are only really main like, you know, Star Rail or Genshin, or maybe you only play Genshin if you're only a Hoyoverse game player, then oh boy, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat, my dudes. Also, Collecting1, thanks so much for the 47-month resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we have that up. Oh, Gross Line's finally done updating, so we're getting to that. Here's Star Rail. Nikke is still logging in. I also have to change the resolution on my Nikke screen as well, so I have to wait until it get into that. Okay, we're almost done. Almost done setting up here. Okay, Genshin's almost up. Okay, we're just waiting for Nikke now. FGO, Nikke, Reverse, BBS, Star Rail, Honkai 3rd, and PGR. Hey, that's what's good, man. Alright, here we go. Let's see. We will pull up Genshin. Or actually, I should change my directory to Genshin because it's just easier having a Hoyoverse game as like my main game. So I'll change directory over to Genshin Impact real quick. Genshin, done. Stream language, yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's check this out real quick. Make sure I'm in for Genshin here. Turn on the game audio for Genshin. There we go. Boom. And then change the screen resolution for Nikke to vertical. Yeah, vertical. Alrighty, chat. Here we go. Let's see if all my games can load. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so welcome to my stream. This is what my stream usually looks like. So yes, now we have a real 2 stream on our hands. So yes, I'd like to formally welcome all of you guys from Fobmaster Stream to my stream. Welcome. My name is Asian Psycho, aka ToadSniper98, but again, you can just call me Tuhu. I became a full-time content creator starting last year. Still struggling, but trying to make it out here. I'm just a little guy, you know. And my trademark is that I am the single most addicted gacha game content creator on this platform. Probably in all of YouTube too, but YouTube is a big place, so I'm not sure if I can go that far. Oh, thanks for the raid as well, Pocket. Nice timing too. But yeah, hope you enjoyed your FGO stream from earlier today. Welcome in everybody from Pocket Chalk stream as well. Yeah, 2 raids at once. Ah, we're getting the cross stream. But yeah, how do you run all these games at once? The two PC parts that you really want to get, you really want to have to run all these gachas at once is are your CPU and your RAM, because half these games I run on emulators. The other half have their own clients, so they're not as big of a deal. But emulators are obviously a big load on your PC. So ideally, you want to have a very strong CPU. I also have 32 gigs RAM as well, so that helps. But I believe the 2 main components are your CPU and your RAM. My CPU is an i9 like 12900K, so it's a very good CPU, or at least I think it is. I'm not a big expert on like on PC parts, but I believe an i9 12900K is pretty good. So that's what allows me to run all these gacha games at once. Again, half these are on emulators, the other half are on have their own separate clients that I just run in the background. So, ideally, you want gacha games that have their own clients. Those are easier on your PC to run because they're direct clients rather than like emulators where you have to run an emulator first and then run a program and then run an app. But fortunately, my CPU can handle them just fine. Anyways, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I was playing, the first game that I was playing is on the bottom left. Actually, I might as well go through all my gacha games at once here, in case there's any of them that you don't recognize right away. But starting from the bottom left, I mean, obviously you guys know what the game is in the center, so I shouldn't even mention that. But in case you don't, the first game in the middle is Genshin Impact. Starting from the bottom left, going counterclockwise, we got FGO, which stands for Fate Grand Order. Then we got Arknights, then we got Blue Archive, then we got Azure Lane, then Ether Gazer, and then Girls Frontline, and Nikke on the bottom right. Above that is Star Rail, obviously, and then above that is Snowbreak, my most recent gacha game. And then you have me. Welcome. Do you find Snowbreak way more Coomer than Nikke? Overall, Nikke is more Coomer than Snowbreak, but Snowbreak's getting there. The issue I have with Snowbreak's Coomer levels is that Snowbreak doesn't have very good textures. Something about the textures seems a little bit off. I want to say that their shading is a little weird. I feel like if the Snowbreak devs like put more effort into like giving their models better shaders, then their models will look a lot better. That's one of the main reasons why I don't think Snowbreak is more Coomer than Nikke. I think Nikke still is more Coomer in general. Because at least with Nikke, not only is the art very high quality, but also the animation for them is very, very fluid. Snowbreak can get there too, but I think the first thing that I work on is improving the look of their models, because Snowbreak models look very plasticky, and they don't pop immediately. So whereas with Nikke art pops right away. Like, they make an impression on you one way or another. But yeah, I'm sure Snowbreak devs will improve on that eventually. I'm sure it's an ongoing process for them. You wish Nikke had fun gameplay? The end game part of Nikke is where it gets fun, if you want to think of it that way. But you have to get there first. Nikke is, I mean, most gacha games kind of follow this method too, where they're really fun at the beginning and they drop off, and then they sort of get their fun back towards the end. Nikke is for sure like that. A lot of gacha games don't even get to that fun part towards the end game. Most gacha games are usually the most fun at the beginning, where you don't really know what's going on. But once you start figuring things out, once you get into the grind part of like mid game and stuff, yeah, that's where gacha games typically start falling off pretty damn hard. For Nikke specifically, the part where it becomes fun again is where you get into guild raids and you get into solo raids. Because there you actually get into rankings with other guilds for union raids, and then other players for solo raids. And then those fights actually have mechanics to them, because you're fighting nothing but raid bosses pretty much. So like figuring out like how raid bosses work, and then coming up with teams that counter those, that can fight those bosses most effectively, is where it gets the most fun. But unfortunately, it takes a very long time to get there. Like my Nikke account, for example, I've been playing Nikke ever since day 1. And like, if I had spent more money, I would definitely be a lot higher. But most of my progress has legitimately been free to play. So like, I do what I can, but even a year later, I'm still in the middle of like trying to put together enough teams to be able to do like full union raids and full solo raids too. Because at the moment, I can barely slap together like 3 teams. And I still need like 2 more technically, but I'm sure that day will come eventually. It just takes a very, very long time. Like, it's only been very recently that I've been able to max level and max invest into my Alice. And like, Alice is one of the best characters, is like basically the best character in the game, but she demands like super high investment, fucking tier 5 across the board with what ideal substats as well. I mean, the substats I got on my Alice I got really lucky with these. Like, I hardly had to like reroll for any of these, to be honest. To be fair, I would like another max ammunition cap on one of these, but yeah. Actually, she doesn't really need charge damage. That's nice, I guess, but I think I can afford to change that to something else, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, it takes a long-ass time to invest into Nikke characters in Nikke. So like getting to the fun part is very hard for a game like for a game like Nikke. Beginning part is very fun though, obviously. What is the game above Star Rail? That game is called Snowbreak. It's a third-person shooter gacha. It's actually Snowbreak Containment Zone is actually the first legitimate shooter game, or at least a gacha game, a game that I would consider a shooter, a proper shooter, that I think I've ever seen. I don't think before Snowbreak I've seen another like shooter, like a proper third-person or let alone a first-person shooter gacha game. I think Snowbreak's the first one, and I'm surprised it's taken this long for us to get a legitimate shooter gacha game. By the way, I don't count Nikke because even though like yeah, sure, there's like the shooting element, the aiming element of Nikke. In my opinion, for you to be a proper shooter game, you also need to have like movement associated with it, and Nikke you don't really have movement. Like Nikke is more of a rail shooter than it is an actual like shooter, like a third-person shooter. So I don't consider Nikke to be a true shooter gacha game. So in case you know, we want to clarify that. We try OG Honkai because they're 2.0 released. Maybe. Currently my IRL situation is very complicated. Read pretty shitty. If I was in a better IRL situation, I would have been trying out a lot more gacha games at this point already. Like, for example, I wanted to try Reverse 1999, I wanted to try Limbus Company. Those two games for sure would have been games I would have given a try, like would have picked up at least and tried to see how they are. If my IRL situation were better, but unfortunately I haven't had the chance to do so. So I maybe would have considered picking up Honkai Impact 3rd. Because like, well, I play Star Rail, so you know, I could give Honkai Impact a try. Same thing with PGR. Actually, I know Fobmaster. I know a while back, Fobmaster did watch my my gacha addiction video on his stream. I think this was like 2 months ago or so, 2-3 months ago. And I remember him saying that when he was watching me talk about Ether Gaze, he mentioned on stream about how like why don't you play Punishing Gray Raven. And I was initially going to or I was thinking about it, but I ended up not doing it because my whole thing is that I like picking up gacha games when they first come out, because I'm the type of motherfucker who really wants to have all the content in a gacha game. Like I'm a completionist, one of those types of fucking no lives. Like I'm big on like getting everything possible if it's possible. Well, yeah, duh. Well, I love being redundant. So by the time I was considering picking up Punishing Gray Raven, I was like, the game's already been out for like half a year, so I was like, Like my personal motivation to like pick up the game now just kind of fell through the floor. That being said, that doesn't mean I won't pick it up later, because for example, like Arknights is the only gacha game that I played that I picked up when I didn't start at the very beginning of when the server came out. Like I started Arknights half a year after its global server its NA server came out. So, you know, it's not to say that I won't ever pick up a gacha game even if it's like, you know, a year or two into its life cycle. I just, at this point, it's a matter of like, do I have time to do that? Am I willing to pick up the game now, considering my current circumstances? Unfortunately, at the moment, no. Right now, the only gacha games I'm willing to pick up are the ones that I already had my eyes on from the very beginning. So, for example, for instance, the 5 gacha games that I'm looking forward to at this point are Zenless Zone Zero, which is having its 3rd beta soon-ish, I think. Matter of fact, I think signups for the 3rd Z3 beta just went live yesterday or something. Yesterday or tonight or earlier this morning, I forget. So I'm gonna have to sign up for that after I'm done with stream today. So yeah, Z3. What was the other one? What were the other ones? Arknight's Enfield, because I play Arknight, so I'm gonna try to play Enfield as well. Wuthering Waves, obviously, because Wuthering Waves had its second beta earlier this year. Yeah, 2 months ago, a month ago. I actually don't know if Wuthering Waves beta is ended now. I'm assuming it has. So I think we can expect the Wuthering Waves full release later this year. At least that's just my personal prediction. So those three. Let's see what else. Oh, Project Mugen. I think Project Mugen looks amazing just from the trailers we've seen so far. However, we do need more information on that, and we probably won't get the full release of Project Mugen until next year at least. Maybe we'll get a beta for Project Mugen later this year, maybe late this year. Personal predictions, but we need to have more information about Project Mugen first before I make any more judgments on it. And I think the 5th game was Girls Frontline 2, but at this point, I'm not sure if that's going to have a global server at this rate. We'll see. But if it ever if by some miracle we get a global Girls Frontline 2 server, then I'll pick up that game too. But those are the 5 games that I have my eyes on right now. So if you bring up a game that's not on those 5, chances are at this very moment in time, I probably won't try them. Again, that doesn't mean that I won't try them ever in the future. Maybe when time's a little bit better for me. But right now, I just got my eyes on those 5 and whatever I have going on right now. You're praying for a global Girls Frontline 2? Yeah, man. Like, I still want to try it out at the very least, but given the circumstances, it may be a little bit rough. We'll see, though. We'll see how it turns out. Anyways, since we're on Genshin, might as well destroy Genshin for like the 727th time. I don't know how many of you guys have been looking forward to Chiori, but we can demonstrate some Chiori here. Why not? Also, which team do I want to run Chiori on anyway? Oh, right, they work for both, I think, but technically, I would say Geo teams would be better for second half because of this guy. The veteran arithmetic enhancer mech, or whatever his freaking name is. Anyways. I really want to run Mono Pyro Deya, but unfortunately we got these Pyro Abyss mages. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna run Mono Pyro Deya anyway, because fuck you guys. Pyro Abyss mage? Yeah, bitch. Girls Frontline has already given you so much cursed gun knowledge. Don't worry, you can always have more cursed gun knowledge. Are you gonna still add friends on FGO2? Yeah, I will. Just make sure, just remind me to do so towards the end. So, to break the Pyro Abyss image, we're gonna have to use Kazu for this. Oh. Make sure we're in Bennett's little healing circle here. Alright, cool. Now we can beat the shit out of this dude. And now we can get into our proper Deya loops here. What characters do you use to beat floor 12? Or are you looking at some of them right now? Do you still spend on Genshin? Yes, if I have to. However, since I'm mainly free to play, or I try being as free to play as I can be, I do try not to spend as much. So, for example, ever since I think Farina, I've stopped going for like multi-constellations on 5-star characters. So like Farina's only C0, Novelet's only C0, Wriothesley is only C0. Chiori's only C0, Navi is only C0. So, before I was a big whale on Genshin, but ever since I lost my job last year, and so I had to start saving money, you know, until I can either find another one, or I can at least like make it big, quote, big as a content creator, as a streamer and like as a YouTuber. I've been trying to stretch my money. I'm trying to get the most out of my money. So I'll go for characters, I'll go for weapons, but I won't go for multiple constellations anymore. I mean, I never went for multiple refinements on 5-star weapons because I think those are unnecessary. I think that's like whatever. Like if you really want to waste your money like that, then sure. But I've since stopped going for multiple constellations of characters too. Which, to be fair, 5-star characters don't need constellations, so it's like that's not that big of a deal. But you know, for example, getting Chiori to C2 would have been really nice. Alright, Aragon, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, have a good one.
裁きの雷ファッションは私が提起する天道万象ここより弱滅の時
You go for weapons as well? Yeah. Yeah.
逃げ道はありません絹のような弱さね
Oh, missed that. Well, she actually, I think, hit it? There we go. Shanked his ass, literally. Yeah, so as for the weapons, yes, I do go for the weapons because, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm one of those completionist types. So if you look at my weapon inventory, I try getting every single weapon in the game. That also includes the 4-stars, which is a very bad idea because we also have these things called limited time 4-star weapons, which I don't know why MiHoYo thought that was a good idea. But I have them, and I try going for them wherever I can. But holy fuck, those suck so much to get. I mean, 4-star characters were bad enough to try to roll for in Gacha. If I can help it, I don't want to have to deal with fucking 4-star weapons on top of that. But I do it anyway because that's just kind of who I am, I guess. Oh yeah, by the way, in case you guys are not familiar with me as a Genshin content creator, I have every single weapon in the game, except for some of the fishing weapons, because I haven't grinded for those yet, unfortunately, which is kind of ironic. So eventually, I'm gonna have to grab, like, for example, the rest of the refinements for catch. I still gotta go for Sumeru's fishing weapons, same for Fontaine. But besides those, I have every other one. Also, every single one of my characters on my Genshin account have their own. They're all max level for one. That's minimum baseline. They all have max talent level as long as their weekly domain has physically been out long enough for me to max level them. And they also have they all have their own unique weapon. Well, unique. Basically, I don't want to have to switch weapons between characters, so I just give them all their own best in slots wherever possible, and then their own artifact slots. So I don't have to deal with switching artifacts or weapons for any character. Every single character in my account has their own that they have to use, even Alloy. But yeah, like for example, my Shenhe, which is one of my best geared characters. Like for example, what is this? What is my Shenhe's best artifact actually? Is it her? No, it's not her timepiece. It's probably her feather. Like this is her feather. I'm not giving this to anybody else. Like I rolled this feather specifically for Shenhe. She will always have this forever. And yeah, that's probably one of my best off-field or off-piece feathers. Because this is 40 CV, right? Yeah, 26, 27. Yeah, it's barely 40 CV. But just as a crash course onto how I treat my Genshin account. Anyways, back to Abyss. You stopped playing before Deya's release, but good to see she's usable. You heard she's bad. So now that I have a decent number of people, Genshin players in my chat right now, I want to let it be known as one of the 2 or 3 Deya mains on the NA server. Deya is actually really fucking good. The issue is not what people think. Her main issues are not what you think they are. But I will explain that later. But yes, Deya is actually really good. The only but she has a lot of problems that you must address, and there's not really much getting around that, to be fair. And in terms of quote-unquote meta viability, I also have to concede that if we're talking about the most worthwhile characters to level up, Deya is not on that list. Like, if you have Raiden and Deya, for example, I will still, any day of the week, still highly recommend you level up, for example, Raiden over Deya any day of the week. Like, there's not much of a question there. Like, Deya has some very serious shortcomings that you must overcome. That she has to overcome first. But if you can do that and you understand what her weaknesses are, then sure, it's a much different ballpark then. Not the best enemies to use Deya in, but whatever. We're doing it anyway. At least they're not immune to pyro like everybody else. They'll still die eventually. Is that one dead? Yeah. Still have a little bit more to go on Kazuha. Whee! Oh, what's that? You don't have any pyro resistance? Oh, that's too fucking bad. Now you all get to die. I have to use Kazuha's ult here, because this does mean that I only have, what, 1 minute barely to clear second half. Let's see, what was second half here again? About to find out. Oh, this dude? Oh, let's see. We should be able to get this done within a minute. Yeah, we should still be able to. Okay, yeah. It's one of the left ones. Oh, nope, never mind. Was it this one? No, it's this one. Oh shit, I accidentally switched to, who was it? Raiden here. That was a mistake. Make the most out of Raiden's ult then. There we go. What's the recommended constellation for Deya? Deya's most important constellation is C4. That's the most pivotal one, which I think is part of the reason why MiHoYo initially put Deya as a permanent character, because C4 is her most important one. C4 Deya allows her to refund ult off her own ult, refund her energy off her own ult. So every time she punches somebody, she gains ult, whether or not she does damage, I think. So it should still be effective against, what is it, shielded opponents, I think. I may have to test that to see if that's true. But the idea with her C4 is that she gets ult energy back when she punches the fuck out of people. That changes the math on Deya significantly because, let me, oh, I didn't mean to retry that. It doesn't even do anything. Let me back out here for a second because it's not every day I get to explain Deya to a lot of people. Are you rolling for upcoming Jessica and Arknights? Yes. Let me pull up my Deya real quick. Where is she? There she is. So again, her C4 gives her ultimate, gives her back energy when she ults and starts punching people. The reason why this is her most important one is because her ultimate is 70 cost. 70 cost ults in this game are very weird. Because obviously they're in between like 60 cost ults and 80 cost ults. 60 cost ults are pretty easy to get energy for. Like generally speaking, it depends on the character and how they get energy and how much energy they get from their own skills. But 60 cost ultimates are generally pretty easy to get. Like typically you don't need more than like what 20 ER, right? If you're on top of your rotations. 70 energy though, that's where things get pretty weird. I mean, we already know that characters like, say, where is she? Like characters like Ayaka. Like Ayaka traditionally has a very high cost ult. Like she has 80 cost ults. And it's usually pretty hard for her to get her ult, because one, like she needs all the crit stats that she can get. Two, her skill is on a pretty long cooldown at 10 seconds. But yeah, that's kind of what you expect because her ultimate is just so goddamn strong. So there's a trade-off there. So it's like, oh yeah, Ayaka getting her ult is kind of hard because it's super strong. But 70 cost ults aren't exactly like that, especially not on Deya because Deya is such a misunderstood character. in the eyes of the Genshin community at large. Not only so 70 energy is very weird because I think who is it? Zhao also has a 70 cost ult, and for those of you who play Zhao, it can be kind of tricky to get him his ultimate too. I mean, he doesn't even get any energy when he's ulted anyway. When he uses while he's ulted, he uses a skill, so you have to deal with that. Deya has a similar problem. She doesn't get energy from just using her skill. She only gets energy from her using her skill, and then her skill field hits an enemy with the follow-up pyro damage thing or whatever the fuck happens with that. So what that means is it's traditionally extremely hard for Deya to get energy directly. So most of the energy that Deya is going to be getting, or a lot of it anyway, is going to be from her teammates. You don't get full energy when your teammates pick it up. You only get part of it. So you combine that with her having 70 energy cost, and that means that before C4, before your Deya hits C4, you have to run 4-piece emblem on her. Like, you have to. It's not an option. At least not in my opinion. I believe people say that 4-piece emblem is the best in slot. Before C4, that is definitely the case. Because she has no other way of picking up energy herself. Because like her ascension stat is like HP or something weird like that, which is fucking awful. She doesn't have a good way of getting energy herself, and she heavily relies on her teammates to get her energy for her. So any ER that she can get from her stats is extremely crucial. I would say before C4, Deya is ideally looking at like 40 or maybe even 50% ER. That's how bad it is. But when she gets to C4, that's when her energy recharge requirements can go way down. Like 20% is minimum. So it makes a huge difference. So yeah, I would say C4 is the most pivotal one. Not only that, but because her C4 solves a lot, not all, but a lot of her energy recharge issues, that means that you can now afford to run her with her intended artifact set, which is Voraka's Glow, 4-piece. Because Deya is the only character in the game who can really use 4-piece Voraka's Glow like effectively. I think like I've heard that maybe Nilo can run it too, maybe, but it's kind of weird. But like other than that, no one else really uses Voraka's Glow, and that's a big part of the problem with Deya is that she's hard to make work. She just has such high barriers to entry when it comes to like actual investment. Because her best in slot artifact set is one that no one else uses for the most part. It's in a domain that no one really fucking cares about. This one, right? No, not that one. This one? Yeah. And it's what the other artifact set is what Nymph's Dream, and no one else really wants that other than like maybe Tartaglia. But you can argue that freaking Heart of Depth is better for Tartaglia than that, technically, perhaps. Right over here. So like, her artifact set is trash to farm for. The amount of stats that she requires to be good in the first place is obstructively high. Like this, to get my Deya to 76,200 or 75,200, it took me 4 months of just constant grinding, and that was last year when I had the ability to like do max refresh, max resin refreshes every day. Yeah, Nymphs is a dog-ass set. Yeah, I agree. Like, no, I thought it had some potential, but because I was looking to gear out my Tartaglia at the same time, so maybe I can farm for a Tartaglia too. But it turns out, nah, that shit is ass. And so yeah, like, Deya has such big problems when it comes to like actually gearing her out. But if you can get her there, then the story changes. Then you can start doing shit like this. Also, you say thanks for the raid, man. Because these bosses like these are exactly where Deya shines. This is what she completely fucks over. Yeah. Because once you can give Deya what she wants, good stats, good ER, 4-piece forward cautious, or at the very least 4-piece emblem if you don't have her at C4 yet. Deya can completely invalidate a lot of your really annoying enemies in Abyss. Like, I mean, the example you just saw there was against the Capellian boss, the Capelia boss or whatever. But I remember last year, for those guys who remember, last year when Mihoyo started throwing in those consecrated beast enemies into Abyss 12, and like you saw all these other Genshin content creators fucking bitch their hearts out on Twitter about how, oh my god, the consecrated beasts are so fucking annoying to deal with. I think Ziox bitched about them at one point, which is why I know this on Twitter. I was just sitting here like, really? They're an issue for you? Wow, news to me. I just kind of Deya all of them and, you know, problem solved. Unfortunately, I don't have any Yelan energy. I gotta do the hard thing of getting it all back. Yep. I probably should have saved that for, what is it, when this dude gets his shields back, actually. Oh well. Oh yeah, that's where he gets his shields back. I still have to learn the timings for its shields, but now its shields should be gone, so we should be able to go ham here. There we go. Yeah. You can plunge attack, right? You can. I think that's the recommended, that's what you're supposed to do, the intended mechanic. We could actually try doing, what is it? We could actually try doing the running Shinyan and Diluc. Because, actually, no, my Shinyan isn't built yet. I think she needs one more, what is it? One more, Viridescent piece. Because I think she's on, like, I think I'm still working on her gear set. Yeah. Still working on that. Watch me on, YouTube. Hey, what's going on? Over on, YouTube. Actually, I haven't been paying attention to YouTube chat ever since I got that big raid. So yeah, gotta pull up YouTube chat. But yeah, chat, for these guys who are still sticking around from Fobmaster's stream, first of all, I really appreciate you guys sticking around and checking out the stream. Would appreciate a follow so you can catch me live on other days too. And yeah. Any question you got about any gacha game that I play, or just gacha games in general, I will be more than happy to answer, because I love talking about gacha games. Primary reason why I've become a content creator to begin with, because I can talk about random shit about gacha games with a lot of people. So not only that, but you know, since my whole gimmick as a content creator is the dude who plays 10 gacha games at the same time, a lot of the takes that the quote gacha community has on online, whether it be Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, or whatever, any social media platform for that matter, I just kind of fucking laugh at. So yeah. Honestly, one of my biggest motivations of becoming a big content creator is just so that I can inject some sort of fucking rationality into the cesspool that is gacha games on, you know, in streaming and just the general YouTube scene as a whole. Cause I don't think it's unfair for me to say that I kind of know more about gacha games than most people do. So yeah, any questions you got about gacha games, whether it be Hoyoverse or literally anything else, I'll be more than happy to talk about. Because boy, oh boy, do I have some strong opinions about some shit. In the meantime, what else do I want to destroy Abyss with? Oh, we can actually run Mono Geo here. Just for shits and giggles. Where's Goro? Here he is. Yeah, we can run that. Let's see. Oh, Hydro will be good for. Oh, well, Hydro kind of gets countered by the Copelia guys, but eh. Do I care? Is the big question. No, I don't. No, I don't think I do. Fuck it. Mono Hydro. Is applying for jobs a gacha? Absolutely. You kidding me? Abso-fucking-lutely. How do you fund your gacha addiction? By having a job, primarily. But I've been out of a job for the past year, so that's been kind of a, awkward spot for me personally, unfortunately. Been trying to fix that. But ideally, you fund your we fund gacha addiction by having a job, by being not an unemployed bum. But unfortunately, right now things are a little bit complicated for me. It do be like that sometimes though. Where's the other one? Or are they both getting fucked? Oh yeah, they both getting fucked. Hardest gacha game in regards to getting a 4-star or any mid-rarity characters? Honestly, the Hoyoverse games are pretty hard. Technically speaking, a lot of the gacha games that I play, it can be pretty tricky to get like the mid-rarity characters too. FGO has that problem. Where sometimes, you know, you can get, like, lopsided gacha luck where you get the 5-star really easily, but then the 4-star just fucking fucks you in the ass. Azure, don't even get me started on Azure Lane. Azure Lane is horrendous with that shit. Like, some Azure Lane players are absolutely convinced that, like, your elite characters are way harder to get than your SSRs. Arknights can be like that too sometimes, where the 5-star operators are harder to get than the 6-stars. I don't think Blue Archive has that problem. Yeah, I don't think Blue Archive really has that problem. I mean, Blue Archive doesn't even have that many 2-star characters to begin with. Like, it's very rare for them to add 2-star characters, I think. Yeah, so that's not really an issue in Blue Archive. But let's see. Nikke doesn't even have a lot of mid-rarity characters to begin with, like the purple elites or whatever, the SRs or whatever. Yeah, we don't even really have that many to begin with, so that's not an issue in that game either. But yeah, no, definitely. I would personally, my personal bias goes to the Hoyoverse games for like, what is it? For like, how hard it is to get mid-rarity characters. So, will there be any other how to fix so-and-so gacha game videos for other gachas? Maybe, if I'm sufficiently motivated enough, but I wanted to do one for Genshin because, you know, that's kind of where the majority of eyes are on when it comes to gacha games. So, is MP2 Gajuna worth it? Somebody asked. Oh yeah, if you're talking about offensive... Alright, thanks for hanging out, Shiny Fallen Star. We'll see you next time. Thanks for the gifted subs earlier. But if we're talking about... connection to server lost. What the fuck? Oh, maybe it's in maintenance right now. Maybe actually. But what is it? Yeah, for FGO for offensive MPs, yeah. Mathematically speaking, MP2s are most worth it because you get the biggest jump in MP damage going from MP1 to MP2, especially on Gajuna. Yeah, 2000 Sync Quartz, is it worth to pull for Gajuna MP2? Yes, it is. in my opinion. If you plan on making God Juno one of your primary farmers in FGO, yes, absolutely. Does he have a banner right now? Actually, no. God Juno's banner already passed, so you can't roll for him now. And I don't know when he comes back on raid up next time. But if you're talking about for the future, when God Juno gets a raid up in the future, yes, absolutely. Again, if you plan on using God Juno as your primary, as one of your primary buster reloaders, you won't have another raid up for a while. Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of why I'm a little bit confused as to why God Juno MP2. He's not even on raid up right now. I know he was recently because we had Chaldea Boys going on. But yeah, his banner isn't there anymore, so I assume that question is for the next time God Juno comes around. How do you plan your dailies between all your gacha games? Oh, I know exactly when all my gacha games have their resets. Usually for half of them, that's like in the middle of the night. I'm usually up during that time anyway, so I get my dailies done as soon as daily resets. So usually I have like 2 points in the day where I clear through all of my daily, all my gacha shit. All my gacha games as well, I've been playing for at least a year. The more recent gacha games I picked up are less than a year old, but they're gonna have their first anniversary soon. Star Rail, for example. So I've been playing all my gacha games for a little bit now, so I know exactly what to do in terms of like clearing dailies and shit like that. So as long as I'm not distracted, when it comes to like clearing all my dailies at once, and assuming that none of my gacha games have like, you know, major events going on that I have to worry about, I can get all my dailies done like basically in an hour, maybe an hour and a half. It doesn't take that long. Oh, JP has the radar. Okay, then that makes sense then. I should have used Goro's shit first, actually. Whatever. I will say this mono Geo team would be a lot better with the who is it? With the Ito, actually, yeah. Actually, Chiori doesn't do that bad damage, actually, now that I think about it. We didn't get Albedo's follow-up ult damage there. Unfortunate. No big deal. Except Snowbreak, if it resets like in the middle of the day for you. Yeah, Snowbreak has a 1 p.m. reset, Pacific Standard. Let's see. Snowbreak has a midday, middle of the day reset. So does Nikke. So does Blue Archive. I think those 3 games mainly reset in the middle of the day. I think every other game that I play resets like in like the middle of the night. I think. FGO is the weird one where it has a fucking 9 p.m. reset for some reason. But all the other games have like either a midnight or like a 1 a.m. or a 2 a.m. reset. Hoyoverse games reset at like 2 a.m. I think. 1 a.m. if we have daylight savings time, I think. Are they all dead? Yep. FGO reset, I know, right? No, I don't need to use Yelan's ult there. Yeah, if Achron's set pre-farmed yet? No, I've been focusing most of my my stamina on farming her skill materials that you gotta farm at the Calyx Flower. I do plan on doing a Star Rail stream later this week where I just hunker down and just blow through a lot of my fuel to farm for a proper debuff set for Achron though. because Achron's gonna be here pretty soon. Let me pull up Star Rail real quick to see how much more time we got. Yeah, she'll be here in basically a week. So yeah, I gotta farm a debuff set for her, or at least try.
ファッションは私が提起する。
岩山血人叫異形を見届けよ。破竹のごとし強行。た天道ここにあり。揺らぐこと。
絹のような弱さね。いや。
隙あり。
Okay, which one is it? Right here.
難攻不落だ血人進軍疑似妖怪今こそ誕生の時天道万象
But
叫新天道地だ血人たや
there we go.
揺らぐことなし
Here. Oh, we can't use that
疑
yet.
似妖怪はっよっはっ進軍とはっ先生こっちで
手伝ってファッションは私が提起する。
創世の血人霹靂先人進軍よっはっついてこ
Hate that shield guy. Yeah, on floor 2, yeah. He can be kind of annoying. Do you know how much the 4-star intel increases in price for an Ether Gaze? You only know 30 for 2 and then 94 for the 4-star intel. What is it for S rank modifiers or A rank modifiers? If I had access to the servers, I think they're down for maintenance, I believe. Yeah, servers and maintenance, so unfortunately I can't access them right now. If I could, I would be able to show you the exact price, because I think I have bought some of the intel you're talking about. There's an FGO lottery going on. Yep, it's going on right now. It's been going on for I think a couple days. We just entered second rotation for FGO lottery earlier tonight, like an hour or two ago. Yeah, but we have Tesla Fest going on right now.
風を知れ風の歌雲の行くごと
終わりで撤収。深海のカゴ。ご助力を手強いですね。
You meant A ranks? Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. A rank shouldn't bind to intel files for A rank modifiers shouldn't be that expensive. I've done it a couple times before. I know I've done it for A rank Buzembo Tengu. I've also done it for A rank Bastet, I think. Yeah, they weren't too bad. And I don't think I've rolled that much on Gacha either. Like I wouldn't consider myself like a full-ass whale in Ether Gazer either. And I know I've gotten both. I've gotten several A rank modifiers to like Omega rank, so it shouldn't be that bad. But again, I'm gonna have to see once the servers open. I don't know if I'll still be streaming by the time the servers in Ether Gazer open back up again, because I forget how long server maintenance goes for in Ether Gazer. Let's see how well this team works in against this dude.
創世の術 偉業を見届けよせいはっ疑似ようか
絹のような弱さね。
まだまだ破竹のごとし天道万象
ブレ
霹靂戦叫今誕生の時
いやほっいやほっいやほっファッションは私が定義する。
創世の岩山八九強行天道ここにありふっ俺につけ疑似ようか偉業を見届け
手伝って
さっきも
いやほっせい絹のような弱さね。
ブレ Alright, good. Would you recommend Snowbreak? Only if you really like shooter games. It's gotten better since its release. So I think now Snowbreak is a gacha game worth trying. I will say with the drama that Girls Frontline 2 had on over in China, and how it's probably not likely that a global Girls Frontline 2 server will come out at this rate because they got bigger problems to deal with right now. If you were looking forward to Girls Frontline 2, then I would say pick up Snowbreak, I guess. It's either that or you just enjoy playing third-person shooters, or just shooter games in general. And yeah, that's a good enough reason for you to try Snowbreak. If you're not that interested in shooter games, I would say just avoid it. Just don't even bother. It's not like you're missing out on much. So yeah, I would say if you'd have to be into gacha games and you have to be into like shooter games, like third person or first person shooters at least, for me to recommend Snowbreak to you. Like, it's a fun game, but I wouldn't call it, like, at least for now, I wouldn't really call it top tier. Like, it's got some good ideas, but not enough for me to like truly recommend it as like, oh, this is a game you gotta play or something like that. I wouldn't put it on like the same level like say Genshin or Star Rail, to be honest with you. Is Koyan Dark a good DPS farmer at MP1? MP1 Koyan Dark, you're basically relegating her to wave 1 clears. Unless you have Oberon, in which case you can definitely run her as a Buster Reloader, but and at that point you can clear like event quests with her. But once we get 90 plus pluses, she's not going to be that kind of character to be doing like 90 plus pluses. But then again, 90 plus pluses require very specific teams anyway, so I'm not even sure why I'm even mentioning I'm not even sure why I'm even bringing up 90 plus nodes to begin with. But yeah, I would say at MP1 she's still okay. Yeah. I think at MP1 she's mainly gonna be relegated for wave 1 clears though, because obviously at MP1 she's not gonna be doing that much damage. But it should still be good enough where she can still clear most wave 1s on their own. I would say that if enemies start having like more than like 40k HP, that's where you need to start looking out for like Koyan Dark, because she might not be able to clear 40 enemies that have 40k HP or more, at least not consistently. Like up to like 30k HP, I think she'll be fine. Like she should be able to do enough damage to deal with them at least between her own buffs. So most of the time, if you're going to use her at MP1, she's going to be wave 1 clears most of the time. Maybe you can actually run her as what is it? As a main DPS Buster Reloader, maybe. But you've got some problems there with like wave 2s. If wave 2s start having like high HP enemies, then Koyan Dark might not be able to deal with those, unless they're berserkers, of course. But that's a big if. So, like, I think I would say at MP2 maybe you can start considering her to be like a regular Buster wave clear. It's either that or you like grail your KOD to like what, level 100 or something, but that's a big ask. Snowbreak is basically GFL at home, pretty much, yes, because they're both games that basically come down to girls with guns, cute girls with guns shooting bad guys. Have you seen Arlecchino's Dreams? Is that like some YouTube shorts or something like that? Because I've been hearing stuff. My chat's been talking about like how Stario put out like shorts for like Achron recently earlier tonight.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい。
Can you make up for lack of MP1 by level 100? Yeah, you can. Remember that at level 100 MP1s are equivalent to power to MP2 level 90s. So giving KOD, giving any 5-star servant in FGO with an offensive NP, 5 Grails, basically gives them 1 extra MP level in terms of power. So level 100 MP1 is generally equivalent to MP2 level 90. So if you really want to use KOD, but you only have her MP1 and you want to make her stronger, you can go ahead and use 5 Grails on her if you want to. How do you improve in Nikke? Let me pull up Nikke for a second here. Scuffed ass stream. Okay. I'll turn on the music here. Okay, so this is how you should progress your account in Nikke, Reginald. Basically in Nikke, you level up your characters by assigning certain characters to what's called the synchro device. The game should have taught you this, or the tutorial should have taught you this at least. So go to your base, go to synchro device, and enter it. So when you first start Nikke, and they teach you about like how the synchro device works and how you're supposed to use it. At the top row should be where your top 5 most like highest level characters are. That's how it works normally. So the idea, the trick to the trick with the synchro device is that instead of putting your SSRs in there, right? Instead what you do is you intentionally just ditch your SSRs. Instead, you put 5 of your SRs in there first. Like your purple characters, these characters. Like Mihara, Belorda, whatever her name is, Neve, if that's how I pronounce it. She's an event-limited character though, so probably not her. But you basically, this is part of the reason why Nikke has a social point gacha, the free-to-play gacha. This gacha is something you can roll for completely free, and you get a chance of getting SSR characters. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. They just require what, these social points or whatever that you can get just by exchanging them with your friends. Just literally click send and receive, and you get them every day. So yeah, that's the reason why you have the social point gacha. So as soon as you get 100 social points, you do a multi-roll and you pray for an SSR. But in the meantime, as you're starting out in Nikke, instead of throwing in your SSR characters like these characters or whatever, right? All these SSRs, what have you, you instead put in your purple characters, because they're very easy to get. You should almost always get like a purple character no matter which gacha you roll on. So like I don't know, you get, as soon as you get Rapi or whatever, Rapi or Anis, right, or whoever. Whichever purple characters you have at maximum limit break, you put into your synchro device instead. The reason for that is because obviously the synchro device synchronizes your max level to of all your characters in that synchro device to whoever is on your top level, right? Because it synchronizes it to your lowest level out of the top 5. So what that means is if you wanna like game the system, The reason why you put an SR characters there is because they're the easiest characters to limit break, because SR characters take 2 limit breaks to get the max. And once they're at max limit break, you can take them all the way to level 160, as opposed to, for example, like a fucking SSR, where in order to max limit break them, you need to have 4 copies of them, as opposed to your SRs that only take 3, and they're very easy to get. SSRs are very rare. 4% pull rate, so not exactly rare, at least not compared to fucking Hoyoverse games. But trying to get 4 copies of the same character, now that is a different story, and that's pretty tough to do, and it'll take time for you to get to. Because there's no, like, past like a rate up, there's no targeted rate up in Nikke, right? Like, the best you can do is, like, go to your ordinary recruit, your permanent gacha, and then, like, try to set, like, some characters on your wish list. And that's as close as you can get. You also have, if you go to the shop and go to the mileage shop, you can pick up extra, like, direct copies of characters once you already have them. And that'll help, too. But the basic idea is that once you unlock your synchro device, you throw in 5 of your purple characters, get them max limit broken through all the random ass gacha pulls you do, and then that way all of your characters can synchronize to whatever their lowest level is. And while you're climbing up to 160, right? In the meantime, you try to focus on getting 5 SSRs to triple limit break to level 200. That's what you have to focus on. So whichever 5 SSRs are closest to getting to triple limit break, right? 3 stars. My Scarlet is only double limit broken for now. But as soon as she reaches 3, right, she's triple limit broken, and then you can throw her into synchro device, so that way the synchro device synchronizes to her and 4 other SSRs. Because once you get 5 SSRs all triple limit broken, right, that means that the lowest level that they can go to is 200. Once you hit 200, that's where the game starts. And that's why my synchro device looks the way it does. Where, if you go to my synchro device, that's why my synchro device may look a little bit different from yours, because mine no longer focuses on, once you get to level 200, the synchro device changes where it no longer counts like your top 5 level characters. It's just, oh, whoever you add here will be this level. So that's how you progress in Nikke. You start out with the SRs, and then you try to bank up as many copies of SSRs as you can. Once you get 5 SSRs to triple limit break, you're good to go. Anyways, let me mute Nikke again. So hopefully that helps. You mean the leaked footage of the gameplay for Arlecchino? Oh, I'm sure by now people have started leaking Arlecchino gameplay. Yeah, I'm sure it's on like Honey or something, or some website out there. But no, I haven't taken a look at it yet. Maybe we can take a look at it afterwards. I should be able to pull up her footage here somewhere. Actually, let me check if Honey even has it. I assume it does. Because why wouldn't it? Let's see. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah. So we can take a look at it there. Alright, how else do I want to absolutely destroy Genshin this time? Oh yeah, we can actually run it with this team. I don't know how well known this team is, but we can try that. Oh, we can also try out the intended Mono Geo team with Ito instead of Chiori. You really need to put that a gacha list command? Well, maybe I should now. Yeah, maybe I should. Dreams are a code word. Damn, I'm learning a lot. I usually talk about leaks no matter what. I'm not really a big fan of using like code words or like euphemisms. Like if we're talking about leaks, then I'm gonna call it a leak. I'm not a MiHoYo shill. I'm not part of their like content creator program. Assuming they're even doing that these days. So no, like you guys can talk about what as a general rule of thumb, you guys can talk about whatever the fuck you guys want. Leaks, I'm all for them, man. Like, it ain't my fault. MiHoYo still to this day, three or 4 years later, still doesn't know how to handle leaks properly. So you know they can go fuck themselves. MP1 level 100 gold foes is MP2 roughly? Not even, man. You don't even need gold foes to equate to MP2 damage, MP damage output. Generally speaking, MP1 level 100 is roughly the same as an MP2. No gold foes required. Nikke is still on main screen. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Put it back here. There we go.
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
見切りました。いざ勝負。剣にどの目が出るかしら。痛がっちゃいない。捕まえた。
You can do Gilfesh Ishtar Fest right now, or Event Story. Assuming it's unlocked, yeah, sure. Oh, wrong place.
風の神よ。終わりね。撤収。痛がっちゃいないよ。かかれ。無我の境地。見切りました。
I think we're only down to one here.
風よ。私にこどの目が出るか知らません。痛がっちゃいないよ。
There we go. Achron animation just dropped, sequel to Dancing with Black Swan. Can you link? Yeah, sure, you can go ahead and link it. Maybe I'll take a look at it after I'm done with this Abyss rotation. And we can watch it together on stream, why not? Why can't I switch to Ito? There we go. Oh man, time to coom again.
かかれ。
手をつなぎましょう。知識をあなたにも。
風の神。
These specters are doing a whole lot of nothing.
捕まえた。
Okay, go over here.
これこそが知恵の伝道。
剣に誓う。捕まえた。よっ。いや、いいとよ。工作せよ。と。稲光。すなわち永遠なり。
There we go. It's hand-drawn animation. Ooh, is it now? That sounds lovely. There we go. When's Zaylon's next rerun, by the way? No freaking clue. How long has it been since our last one, actually? Let's see, we should have it go into its weak phase now. Over there. Hell yeah. But yeah, hopefully Yelan gets another rerun soon.
手をつなぎましょう。私のお家にいらっしゃ。
風私に答えるのだ。逃げ道はあります。かかれ。終わりね。撤収だね。ここより弱滅の
Like an Achron? Yes, I will. I got very lucky with my Sparkle or Hanabi rolls, whichever you want to call her. And yeah, that means that I should have plenty of wiggle room to pick up Achron. So I'll be going for both her and her weapon. Just E0 though. Nothing crazy. But yes, I will be going for Achron. Once she shows up. Yelan's last banner was 4.0. Okay, so not too long ago, but it's getting there now. Alright, let's rock. I was able to have Ito loop into his own ult. That's pretty cool. There we go. Not going for Achron. E2 can't afford it, unfortunately. No. I should be able to at least get her E0 though. E0 and her light cone. But yeah, I'll be going for Achron and her light cone. I usually try whenever I go for a 5-star character. I usually go for the light cone too. I try giving Star Rail the same treatment as I do my Genshin account. E0 should still be pretty good. I'm of the personal belief that in Hoyoverse games like, you know, namely Star Rail and Genshin, all the 5-star characters are designed to be used at E0. It's the 4-star characters that really need their Eidolons or their constellations more, personally. Well, let's take a look here. Honkai Star Rail. The animated short thingy. Sure, we can watch this. Let me just mute Genshin real quick. Oh, excuse me. And let me pull up this browser. Let's see. Sources. Was it window capture? Add source. Put it down here. Animated short. There we go. Why is it all stretched out like that? Anyways, take a look at this, shall we? Hopefully the sound mixing is okay.
The remembrance is no different than the sea. Never gaze upon its surface on a starless night.
Oh, I just realized my webcam is gone.
Waiting for someone.
There we go.
Then, how about a dance?
Hanya's eluding me, but Anniversary will give you free Hanya, so
My
that's alright.
gaze
Okay.
has lingered on her
Yeah.
for quite a while.
Thank
And
God for
tonight
those
I
free 4 stars, eh?
initiate Our first engagement. A galaxy ranger, as mysterious as the rumors suggest. A blend of nobility and reticence. Yet, in this nocturnal hunt, the ranger is not the only one who hunts. At this distance, you're more enchanting than you seem. Without a doubt, she seeks the Watchmaker's legacy. In this game, everyone lies. But memories do not.
So this is where all my money
Keeps on
went.
Getting better, doesn't it? Everyone has a past.
I mean, as a Genshin whale, or former Genshin whale, I mean, Star Rails where all my money went to in the first
Hold on to
place.
memories, while others are haunted by them, unable to escape. That is why I took action. I want to know what
How does
she
Hoyoverse
is.
make such good fucking Yuri content? Look at Honkai Impact.
Many were drawn to this feast. The IPC, the Garden of Recollection.
I mean, one of these characters is Raiden Mei,
Nameless,
who is
and
very gay for the main character of Honkai Impact, from what I understand.
But
So, you know,
Duke Inferno is dead.
Yuri is right up
And
their
his
alley,
children
especially
might
Raiden
be
Mei's.
tempting. What have you done, beautiful ranger? Excuse me. Are you asking me?
Even in in Girls Gakuen or whatever that game's called. There's a Yuri couple in Honkai Impact, I think. I know Selly and Bronya have something going on too, if I recall correctly. Don't know why they do go hard on Genshin, like Genshin Yuri. Different game, and not only that, but what is it?
Who are the Annihilation Gang? My gaze has lingered on her for quite a while. And tonight,
Yeah, who?
final engagement.
WH Omega lol. Who?
Galaxy
Who mega lol?
No, I've made a grave mistake. Everyone has a past, but for some, their past is a silent abyss, filled with those who drowned in it.
But yeah, they did. I would imagine MiHoYo doesn't want to take that kind of risk with Genshin.
Annihilation.
Genshin is the game that they play absolutely safe with for most things.
Oh, those guys.
Cool. Now, if they put half their effort into making the Panacony story actually good, as the amount of effort they put into making this animated short, then, you know, that'd be great. Good animated short, though. Very obviously very well animated. Now, let's see them put the same kind of effort throughout the entire game, too. Then that'd be nice. This is where all Genshin's whale money goes. Yep. It's going to. It went into developing Star Rail, and it's going into. Part of it's going into developing Zenless Zone Zero as well. Most of Hoyo's Yuri sadly boils down to Yuri baiting because of China, all that. And not only that, but most of the time they don't want to fully commit to like actual canon Yuri couples. Most of the time, obviously there are some exceptions, but most of the time they don't want to commit to like full-on confirmed lesbo relationships because that'll piss off the players too, I'm sure. Is an alloy in the game though? What are we talking about? What's the context for that? You think Genshin's age rating is younger than other games? It's kind of funny thinking that it's kind of funny to think that gacha games even have age ratings, but I suppose they do. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Genshin has like a younger age rating. I mean, it makes sense. Genshin is MiHoYo's most popular game, so ideally they want to appeal to as many people as possible. And yeah, like when it comes to like actual like mature content, yeah, Genshin. I mean, I'm sure Genshin has dark side, but not as explicit as like even Star Rails, for example. What region is Chiori from? Oh, Inazuma. She's a Inazuman fashion designer who resides in Fontaine. You feel like the Honkai games are more for adult players? Maybe. I mean, if you play gacha games, you should probably be an adult to begin with. I mean, I would fucking hope so. Their guys are still in server maintenance. So she uses Fontaine materials. She's one of those weird hybrid characters where, some of her stuff she needs is Inazuma, but yeah. So her most of her materials are from Inazuma. I believe most of her Ascension materials are from there. For example, the Spectre materials, her talent books. But then because she's a new character, her weekly materials have to come from the Fontaine weekly boss. I mean, hey, at least this makes sense because who is it? Chiori, despite being an Inuzuman, she lives in Fontaine, so at least that makes sense. Makes a lot more sense than fucking Xianyun being a Liyue character who I don't know if she's ever been to Fontaine, but like, why the fuck does a Liyue character like who is it? Xianyun need a Fontaine weekly material? Why the fuck is this a thing? So fucking stupid. But yeah, Chiori is more of a hybrid. So she actually doesn't use Fontaine material. Most of her stuff comes from Inazuma at least. But her weekly materials are gated by the space whale boss. You know, kids will play the game that looks like Breath of the Wild. It doesn't even have to be about. It doesn't even just have to be about kids. And it might remind you that plenty of adults play Zelda games too. Cause fuck you, that's why. I mean, yeah. Mihoyo, ladies and gentlemen. Does Genshin still gate materials by story progression? Depends on what you mean by story progression. Let me check this real quick. Okay, yeah, we already got one. My daily's done. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by story progression, because obviously, Liyue and Mondstadt, you can run around at the beginning of the game. Actually, now that we have Chenyu Vale, technically you can ice bridge your way up to Lumidoshi, however I pronounce that, the harbor in Eastern Fontaine. Yeah, you could just ice bridge your way up here, reach the harbor, and you now have access to the rest of Fontaine. You technically don't even need the free teleporter that the game gives you after clearing Mondstadt story. You can just go straight to Fontaine just by ice bridging your ass up here and going into Fontaine from that way. However, you cannot do anything about Inazuma. If you want to reach Inazuma, you have to go through the story. So Inazuma remains to this day the only region that is like truly story locked, because you have to clear all of Liyue's story in order to reach Inazuma. So, and even then, it's not even enough to clear Inazuma's story. You then have to clear like this fucking Inazuma prologue, where like if I remember correctly, yeah, you meet up with Kazuha, and then like Beidou agrees to like sail your ass over to Inazuma or something like that. Yeah, because you have like this sort of tournament that you have to participate in the Guyun Stone Forest first or something like that. I don't fucking know what the point of that was. But like you have to do that. You have to do that quest first, and then Beidou will sail you over to Rito, and then you have access to Inazuma from there on. But like, yeah, all the other regions in the game you can access directly. You can just walk your ass into Liyue at the very beginning of the game if you want to, if you know where you're going. And from there, you can go into Chenyu Vale, and then again, like I said, you can ice bridge your way with Kea up to the harbor, and that way you can enter Fontaine. Or you can just clear Mondstadt story first, and then after that, the game will give you a free teleporter right here, and you just go straight here. And you can just sail your way into the southern harbor at Romaritime, and then you can go into Fontaine from there. But yeah, technically speaking, some materials are story gated, but they're mostly the Inazuma materials. You have access to the rest of the rest of the map, other than Inazuma from right from the get go. Learn the hard way. Yeah, some people ice bridge their ass all the way down here, just to have the game kick you guys back out to like Liu or something. You glitched your way to get to Inazuma early. I mean, you shouldn't have to. That's the thing. Like you shouldn't have to resort to that. I mean, the biggest thing as to why I find this situation so mind-boggling is that, like, Inazuma at this point is an old region, right? Inazuma is our first, like, real region expansion, right? If you don't count, like, for example, Dragon Spine. Like, it's our third, like, official, like, separate region, right? So, like Inazuma came out, like, 3 years ago at this point. So why is it that that MiHoYo gives you a free ass teleporter to get into Fontaine, which is our most recent region, but they still won't do shit to allow you to go to Inazuma early? Like where the fuck is the sense in that? So fucking weird, dude. Like, if this teleporter never existed, right? Or at least if they don't give you free access to it after you clear your Mondstadt story, or like, for example, the game, like, didn't let you get into Liyue, right? If the game didn't let you go into Liyue early or whatever, and you couldn't just walk your ass into Sumeru, right? If you just walked straight all the way across Liyue and just went into Sumeru through here, right? Through the underground tunnel near Cinnabar Cliff, just going to Gandharvaville, if I pronounce that correctly, through this way. Like, sure, then you know, you not being able to get to Inazuma would make sense, because at least it's consistent. But like, you can go to any other region just fine, but not Inazuma. It's like, okay, sure, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. All right, buddy. All right, MiHoYo. Do you feel the weight of your sins? Oh, first roadkill, you don't have 7TV. That's an emote. That emote just happens to have a very, very long emote code. It's kind of funny. But no, you have to have a third-party extension to see that emote. Do you feel the weight of your sins? You fucking hate Dragon Spine. Personally, like, I don't mind it, but yeah, the whole, like, fucking permacold mechanic or whatever, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Cause fuck not Japan, I guess. I mean, sure, but like weeb culture goes hard, you know? You see Ether Gaze at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, unfortunately it's in server maintenance, I think, because they're getting a new patch with Yingzhou. I think somebody asked me if I was gonna roll for Yingzhou, and I am. I just don't know when server's gonna come back. Is the only issue. Do you feel the weight of your sins? Glad someone enjoys Ether Gazer. Yeah, I really like that game. Ether Gazer has a lot of interesting ideas that I think I think more games should also implement. I know Fob Master doesn't really think very highly of Ether Gazer, but I enjoyed the game quite a lot, personally. That happened to you? Rolled for Ayaka at the start and couldn't use her at all, and it felt really bad. Yeah, bro. Like, if you're a new player, like, fucking good luck trying to level up an Inazuma character, bro. At first I was like, well, maybe as like a new player, like, you just hop into other characters' like worlds, right, to farm materials from Inazuma, like early. But then chat pointed out to me when I talked about it last time, that, well, if what is it? If you're a new player, you can't join another player's world that's higher than yours, right? A world level that's higher than yours. You can only do the opposite of like older characters joining other characters' accounts or other players' accounts that are lower world level, but not higher. So that means that even as a new player, you can't like hop into other players' worlds in order to farm Inazuma materials early because the game won't even let you in the first place. And typically, once you get to Inazuma, your world level is going to be higher than like a brand new newbies, right? So yeah, that option is just completely off the table altogether. So like yeah, if you're a new player and if you roll an Inazuma character and you haven't gone to Inazuma yet, you can go fuck yourself. What's either? Oh, Ether Gazer. It's a gacha game that I play. It's one of the gacha games that I have on stream. It's the third from right.
突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのなら、いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。
Trying glitches makes the game more fun to play. Glitches are kind of a gray area that I'm not sure if I really want to advocate for. I don't care about leaks. Like leaks are one thing, but like glitching your game to like play it, I don't know how I feel about that one, man. Like if you enjoy it, sure, that's up to you. Like I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna like try to demonize you for playing the game in an unintended way. But like as long as you just keep it to yourself, I think that's whatever. Like you do you, man. They should do the Star Rail thing where we have early access. Yeah, they could do something like that, actually. Actually, not a bad idea. Does Ether Gazer have a PC client? No, not yet, unfortunately. Unfortunately, no. I think the Ether Gazer devs said that they would work on a PC client, or at least that's what my understanding is. But no, no news on a dedicated PC client yet, and I really wish it would have one, because I've noticed that playing Ether Gazer on emulator, emulator does some kind of weird things with like combat stuff. Like sometimes I've noticed that sometimes it eats your inputs. At times, like dodging is like for some reason kind of hard to do. So hopefully having like a dedicated PC client would solve those issues. Is friend adding an FGO still open? Yeah, it still is. As a matter of fact, I should probably do it now before I forget. I just need to get rid of some people who what is it? Who just need to get rid of some people who what is it? Haven't logged in a while. But yeah, stick around so I can add you and whoever else wants to get added. Star Rail and Genshin need PvP? No, they don't. PvP in gacha games is a horrible idea. And take it from me, who plays 10 different gacha games, and like a lot of these gacha games have PvP in them. No, you don't want PvP. Anybody who says they want PvP in gacha games has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Or at least there's a very good chance that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You pull for Raiden as a new player last year, couldn't level her for a whole month because all of her materials are from Inazuma. Yeah, exactly. Am I going to stream my FGO exhibition quest? Yes, I will. I'll take a day, maybe next week, or towards the end of the event, I'll take a day to stream all of the exhibitions. Glitches are not hacks, by the way. I never said they were hacks. But at the same time, you know, they're not exactly the intended way to play the game either, you know? I would suppose it depends on, it would depend on the glitch. If they're just harmless glitches where your characters just do some wacky shit and that don't like legitimately break the game or whatever, then sure. But you were talking earlier about being able to get to Inazuma by glitching the game so that you can get to Inazuma earlier than intended. That's, I know I've complained about how, you know, you should be able to get to Inazuma early like you can with Fontaine, but like glitching her to get there, I don't know about that one, man. But again, I'll just leave that as a gray area, you know. You do you. What's the game on the bottom besides Nikke? Oh, that's Girls Frontline. Girls Frontline 1. Apparently the Sam leaks are wrong. His banner isn't 2.2 at all. Were you disappointed? I'm more of a waifu guy. I mean, I can appreciate, you know, big mecha dudes as much as the next guy, but I'm mainly there for the waifus. Like right now, I've got my eye on Achron. Right. I mean, if I'm be honest with you, I'm looking more forward to Gallagher, the 4-star, than I am to Sam, because like I don't know anything about Sam. And to be honest with you, I think Gallagher looks pretty cool. Not only that, but I have a soft spot for fire dudes, and I know Sam has some fire powers too. But I mean, we already know about Gallagher, so I care more at this very moment in time. I care more about Gallagher than I do Sam. So Sam not being part of 2.2, like I don't really care. I know a lot of people are sort of disappointed by that, but I'm sure Sam will show up eventually. I love slapping people with my money. Gacha game PvP, just in a nutshell, huh? Okay. Friend Kuro, you. I'm gonna get rid of Shadow Ray just because he's been out for over a week. I thought Alexander already quit FGO. I guess he logged in earlier, so I'll leave him alone for now. Anyways, exclamation mark FC. If you guys play FGO, you guys need a good support for lottery or just future events. Send me a friend request. Say I'll take anybody. I'll take first time. It'll be on a first come first serve basis. I think currently I have what 6 slots. So yeah, send me your friend request quick. Just Ice Bridge to Inazuma. People have tried, but as soon as you get there, the game kicks your ass back to Liyue. So unfortunately, that's not really an option. Also, while we're at that, we can take a look at Arlecchino's shit in the meantime. Yeah, this is like 2 minutes long because it has all of Arlecchino's combat animations. Gangchen's Gacha skin tanks your emulator frame rate a crap ton. Oof. Suddenly Traveler. Maybe she's just from another dimension. Well, we already know she's Fontinian, so probably not. But she's probably absurdly powerful in lore. I mean, she is a Harbinger after all. There's a site that people talk about. Actually, let me take a look at her, what were those normals? Why does her 5th normal attack take her, carry her that far? The fuck? Yeah, it takes her like a quarter of the way through the stage there. Also, did she have a second normal attack combo that's different from her first one, or was I just looking at? Was I just seeing things? Yeah, that one part right there, that's different. Cause her normal one, her first normal attack combo looks like this: straight, overhead, side gouge, and a spin attack, and then she teleports forward with another spin attack there. But her second one is how similar? It's okay. Forward stab, overhead. I think that's the same. The side gouge, that's the same. Same. Her final one is different. It's like a wheel. It's like basically a wheel kick. So how do you trigger that? Because this one is, I think, her first one, because she does that teleport at the end. Yeah, it's just the same thing. Is it random? Because I feel like the dude who's recording this gameplay, he does the normal attack combo multiple times to try to get her to do the wheel kick finisher. The wheel kick 5th normal at the end. That's her charge attack, I would assume, and this is her skill.
布を立つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。
Yeah, she does her wheel kick again right there.
いい刃物を使うまでよ。
And that's where glitch animation comes from, I'd assume. Yeah, that's about it. You think the teleport is CA? Actually, you might be right. Because she does do the teleport attack on its own independently, so yeah, that might be the charge attack. Yeah, like right there. It's basically the same thing. So yeah, whoever was recording this was doing her charge attack from her 4th normal, I guess. So her regular combo should look like this, where it's the normal, it's the overhead wheel kick finisher. Because yeah, that doesn't teleport forward like her charge attack does. Because charge attacks can some charge attacks in Genshin can teleport forward, but she doesn't do that here. So yeah, I assume this one, her second normal attack combo, is her regular one, and then whoever is recording this was canceling what was going into her charge attack after her 4th normal for some reason, which I guess is cool, but was kind of confusing there for a second. At first, I thought that Arlecchino might have like 2 different normal attack combo routes, which would be pretty cool because no character has something like that. But then again, that would mean that if that were the case, and that means that the MiHoYo devs would have to animate 2 separate attack animations, and I'm sure they don't want to have to do that. God forbid they put in more effort. She can't swim like a Fontaine like a regular Fontaine character. Huh. Some lore behind that, I assume. That'd be kind of funny for how strong she supposedly is. She can't swim. The fucking Luffy effect from One Piece. Looks like she's gonna be a better Eula. Can't even compare them. I mean, I know we've got those like dark mode Eula memes going around on Twitter right now, but you can't even compare them, to be honest. Because like Eula's like if we're talking gameplay wise, you can't really compare them, to be honest with you. Because yeah, Eula is what, Claymore Cryo Claymore, and Arlecchino's Pyro Spear. Like, how are you gonna compare those two, right? Unless you're talking about in terms of overall DPS, because I'm sure Arlecchino will be. Actually, what is Arlecchino anyway? Let me read her shit again. Because it sounds like she'll be on-field DPS. I was thinking, like, doesn't she compare more to Hu Tao than she does to Eula? Yeah, because honestly, you should compare her to Hu Tao more than you should with Eula, because at least Hu Tao is also another 5-star Pyro Spear user. So there's more of a correlation there than there is with Eula, to be honest.
いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。
Hu Tao will show her the ropes. Hey there, newbie. I mean, to be honest with you, that would be in character for Hu Tao to do. Arlecchino shows up in Genshin as a playable character finally, and then Hu Tao immediately comes over and decides to try to give her Kohai some advice on how to be a top tier pyro DPS in Genshin Impact. And motherfucking Genshin Impact. And Arlecchino just kind of stands there like, haha, cute. When she was swinging, it didn't look like it, so she thought she was just gonna be doing physical damage. Oh no, you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, because we already know from her kit that she's not a physical character.
全部自分自身で決めるの。誰も私に指図なんかできないわ。
Let's see. Does she have a pyro infusion somewhere? She probably does. I would imagine she does. I actually don't know where her pyro infusion even comes from, though. Well, did she just get it off her Does she just get it off her skill somewhere? Let's see. I guess it makes sense why the recorded footage we just saw, the Arlecchino uses so many charge attacks, because she actually does have a kit synergy with her charge attacks. So. Does that mean this VOD is gone after the stream ends? No. I'm just gonna keep the VOD up. I'm not that big of a I'm not that big of a streamer where Hoyoverse or MiHoYo would care to bonk my ass. Maybe they will actually. I don't know. This is the most amount of viewers I've had in quite a while, so maybe they'll actually start paying attention. But personally, I don't give a fuck. MiHoYo can fucking suck my dick. It should be on an A4 passive. Maybe I just wasn't looking at her kit very hard. Arlecchino gains 1% elemental physical resist for every 100 attack she has in excess of 100? No, this is just her resist bonus she gets. Unless it's this one. Or her second passive, actually. Gain, defeat. No. I actually don't see any, like, infusion anywhere. Let's see. What if I type infusion? No, that just goes down to the comment section. So I don't know where it says infusion. They just didn't update it on the site yet. I mean, she is still in beta, so we just don't know. So infusion or whatever. We'll see what it ends up being. Simply for what they did to Deya, you're still mad. I mean, I've still been able to make Deya work, but I know where you're coming from with that one, man. I like how Tectone put up a video an hour, or actually 2 hours ago, titled "New Achron Looks Insane." And it's literally just the animated short. Wow, very good baiting, Mr. Techie. I recognize Rocker. I assume that's the same Rocker from chat. Okay. Her charge tag also has a temporary flight mechanic like Novelet's. That's kind of funny to imagine. They do need to change her fly animations. I'm sure they'll polish them. I don't even know what they look like, but I'm sure they'll polish them before they actually put it into the game. They've got like what, 6 weeks to do that, so plenty of time, I would imagine. But yeah, hopefully Arlecchino turns out to be sick. She's just A-posing while in flight animation. That's funny. There was a Twitter link, but it got nuked. If it was by like a big leaker or whatever, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. While we are here, how much resin do we have? Ah, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go farm some. Try to farm some golden trope artifacts for my Chiori specifically. My Chiori got hit by lightning right at the end. Oops. Literally just a static model hovering. Yeah, they probably haven't put in her her actual animations yet.
そこ紅に染まって散りなは風よ散れ周風本に海水ジェブはてはっ
天道ここにあり霹靂先陣
次風よ散れ千人のご高麗だ開運総服やはひゃ
Environmental shenanigans. Mm-hmm. Ooh. This feels more like a Writhely feather, though. Because, yeah, it doesn't have HP. If it had HP, I would consider using this on Novelette, yeah. But definitely more of a Writhely feather. We'll have to see how well that rolls, though.
ファッションは私が定義するは風よ散れ白鵬の風幅海水ジェブやはっほっは
天道ここにあり揺らぐことなし
たもと絹のような弱さねはっはっ風よ散れてっか
There's a video of her floating animation, honestly not too scuffed. Let's see, feather or flower, sorry. Attack, crit damage, attack, EM. Probably not bad. This will have to roll crit rate though in order for it to be good. Do all Inazuma female swordswomen, yeah, love being redundant. But do all Inazuma swordswomen hold their swords behind their back like that? Actually, that's the first time I'm noticing that. How many Inazuman swordswomen do we even have in the game right now? I'm actually curious. She's also a world boss, right? Who? Arlecchino? Maybe she is, I don't know. Oh yeah, Cookie is one too, yeah. And then, yeah, Kirara. So actually, we can actually put them all on the same team together. Because if it's 4 of them, then... Chiori. Let's see, Ayaka, Cookie, and Kirara. There we go.
コマニアをお選びいただきありがとうございます。
So Chiori holds a sword like that, so does Ayaka. What about Kirara? Huh, Kirara too. Cookie's the only one. Huh, that is interesting. Why is Cookie the only one who doesn't hold her sword, like the others do? Even Kirara does. That is so weird. I've actually never noticed this. That's really funny. Cookie is the only Inazuma swordswoman who doesn't hold her sword like the others do behind her back. This is more of the standard sword-holding pose for most other one-handers, where they just kind of have it vertical along their back, as opposed to Kirara, Ayaka, and Chiori, who have it more vertical to their back, like that. Huh. The tomboy treatment. I mean, if you can call her a tomboy, I suppose. I guess she is more of a tomboy, much more of a tomboy than most other characters are, so... I suppose I can buy that argument. I don't know, I see Cookie, I don't really see a tomboy because goddamn her ass is fine. Well, as thick a gyat can even be in Genshin Impact, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Cookie studied in Liyue, so it's lore accurate. I mean, she's trained as a shrine maiden here in Inazuma, though. No, if I'm remembering Cookie's lore correctly, because she used to be a shrine maiden before she went off and joined Ito's gang. 'Cause that's what her ultimate is based off of, right? Her ultimate and her skill based off of Shrine Maiden magical arts or whatever. Something like that. I don't know. Does Cookie have a dagger too? Only in her idle animation. She doesn't actually use it, I don't think. Maybe she does for her ultimate, I guess, but yeah, there's her dagger right there. But it's not her primary weapon. At least, you know, not the one she uses in combat. Yeah. Her sister works at Narukami Shrine. But I thought Cookie herself also was a shrine maiden too at one point. It's just that she didn't like it, so she left. Or something like that. Anyways, to answer your question, Curry, what does Chiori do? Chiori is not geokecking. That's what most of the internet thinks that she does. Because they see Chiori use her skill and like they're like, oh my god, it's geokecking. But no, she's functionally more similar to Albedo than she is to Kuching. She's effectively a higher DPS Albedo, albeit with some drawbacks. So, Albedo and Chiori, these two, functionally they fill the same role, off-field Geo DPS, with a strong ultimate that adds some more DPS to them, or that gives them some extra DPS, but. They're both 5-star Geo characters where their whole plan is to use their skill and then switch to the rest of your team and do damage. So that way, whatever they put out there on the field with their skill can do damage with whoever it is your active character. That's how she works. That's what she does. She's not geokecking where she uses her skill and then she gets an infusion and she does a ton of damage that way. Her normals themselves actually don't do that much damage. Not normally, because normally what you're supposed to do is you give Chiori defense boosts. Her general stat layout is geo damage bonus cup with defense percent timepiece, and then crit rate circlet. Because if you have her weapon, which gives her crit damage, yeah. Not only that, but her weapon is one of those 88% crit damage with very low base attack weapons. So because it has such a low base attack, ideally you don't want to give her attack stats. Instead, you want to give her defense. You can give her attack stats actually, but ideally only through substats. Like if you get a couple of attack stats, substats, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But she should have defense percent main stats for her timepiece and whatnot. However, she still does scale with attack percent for like a little bit less than half her stat gain. So I think you can give her attack stats if you really want to. Ideally, that means that you're going to have to run her with Bennett, though. So that way she can really make the most use out of her attack stats that way. But if you decide to give her attack stats, then I would imagine her normal attacks will do a lot more damage. But again, that means you have to build her for attack percent, which is not ideal for her, especially not if you have her her signature. Maybe if you gave her another sword that had higher base attack. Maybe I just don't know what that would be. Like honestly, maybe Summit Shaper, but that's not really a crit weapon. It's just an attack percent weapon. Man, at least it sort of makes sense on her, but again, it's not the best option for her.
突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのなら、いっそ私のモデルに
Burst description is kind of basic, just damage. Yeah. Before C2 Chiori, yeah, her ultimate is just like, oh, something you do at the end, just attack on more damage. But if you have a C2 Chiori, then her ultimate actually changes significantly. Then it becomes a whole different beast, whole nother beast. So. Do you know what the next banners for this patch are for Genshin? Yeah, we should already know. I think our next banners are something and something. Actually, don't they already say in our news thingy or notices or whatever? I forget if they tell you what the next rate ups are for Genshin actually. Actually, no, they don't tell you them right away. I don't think they only tell you what's going on right now. I think they'll only put them into the in-game notices once it gets closer to their actual banner time. Her design is fire, but her kit is meh. I can kind of see in the sense that she's functionally very similar to Albedo, sure. But as long as she gets the job done, I'm fine with that. How many weeks left for this banner? Chiori banner just started earlier this week. Actually, did it just start? You know, normally banners go for 3 weeks, right? So yeah, it's already been a week. So 5 more weeks. 2 more weeks on Chiori banner, and 5 more weeks total for 4.5. Yeah. Our next banners are Skip No Cap going all in on Arlecchino. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are skipping over Chiori and whatever our next banners are for to go all in on Arlecchino. I'm sure that's what all the content creators are doing. All the cool boys, all the cool guys are doing. The cool kids of Genshin Impact content creation. Nobula and Kaz are good units. So yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, I plan on making a YouTube video soon where I talk about the four, like, if you start out in Genshin in 2024, who are the best characters you can start with, that you should roll for, and yeah, Kazuo's one of them. And then yeah, people are, you know, we all know about those Novelet solo runs for Abyss. So many people are saying the banners are Linny, Arlecchino, Wander, and Baiju. Yeah, Baiju already had a rerun recently, so it'd be kind of weird to see him back so soon. I mean, then again, we did have Tartaglia have his reruns, but that was back in the day. So, not sure if they would count. You do those sorts of solo runs? Oh, cool. Good on you. Personally, I'm not a big fan of those. Like, I mean, it's cool that they exist, but yeah, they're not exactly for me. Easy, get Kazuha, Farina, Yelan, and Nahida for beginners. Close. Look, you got 3 out of the 4, but you're also missing Raiden. Basically, my top 4 for people who are getting into Genshin in 2024 are Raiden, Nahida, Kazuha from earlier, and then literally take your pick between any of the, and not any, but 3 of the 5-star Hydro characters. So take your pick between Yelan, Farina, and the Novelet. I mean, I'm honestly very tempted to throw in Kokomi in there too. I have to decide on whether or not I want to include Kokomi in there as well, because she provides so much goddamn utility. But I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit before I make that video. But for sure, in my opinion, Raiden, Nahida, Kazuha, wherever he is, there he is, and then one of the top 5-star characters, one of the top 5-star Hydro characters, rather. Maybe they're trying to give him a fast rerun so that they can put him on the new banner thingy. Maybe, I don't know. Genshin conspiracy theories go crazy, man. Maybe Raiden when it comes to 5-star, but 5 stars, but you think Fish will bring more utility to the team? Now that we have Golden Trope set, perhaps, because I know Fischl with Golden Trope set should just go fucking crazy now. But nah, I'm not too sure about that one. Because Raiden has something Fischl does not, and that's huge burst damage with her ultimate. And not only that, I personally consider Raiden's skill to be better than, who is it, Fischl's anyway. Raiden meant it when she used the word eternal. I mean, shit, man. She's still viable. She's still one of the best. She's still one of the best characters in the game, even 2 or 3 years later. So, she's definitely future proofed. Kokomi's great and so easy to build too. Yep, I mean that's how it is for most of the support characters, right? I still kind of have a nice little chuckle back when Kokomi first came out. By the way, chat. My old-time viewers will know this, but I still very vividly remember back when all of Genshin Impact was just taking a big fat shit on Kokomi. So, let it be known that I was one of the only ones who I was one of her only supporters back in the day. Fucking C6 my Kokomi's ass. Day fucking 1, bros. Cause meta omega low. Who the fuck cares about meta? Meta, I roll for cute girls with pink hair. Because goddamn, imagine rolling for meta in motherfucking Genshin Impact. Which is ironic because I was talking about making a video talking about the 4 best characters a beginner player could have, but you know, that's for content. Plebeian community is worthless with their takes. I mean, a lot of gacha game communities can be very brainless when it comes to shit like this. Like, I mean, it's not just gacha games, obviously. A lot of you know, online communities can have their moments, but you know, Genshin being Genshin and being the biggest gacha game in the world, and having an inordinately bloated community, yeah, like whenever you see a fucking retarded ass take that Genshin players have, usually it's amplified by the fact that there's so many fucking Genshin players. So as soon as you have one narrative take hold on like Genshin Twitter, for example, it just fucking spreads throughout the internet like a fucking wildfire, and there ain't much you can do to try to like try to change anyone's opinion on that. Unless, of course, you have a situation where MiHoYo drops Dendron on us, then that's something. And then people realize, oh, wait a minute. Oh. You mean Kokomi is one of the best characters to support Hyper Bloom teams. Oh, okay. The fucking vindication, bros. The VA, yeah, the Chinese VA incident. I don't know the full details of that, but I heard about it briefly when I watched that one, like, what was that one video that I watched and reacted to the other month? By like something Horizons or whatever. Let me see if I can look up that video again. It was like the dark side of Genshin Impact or some shit like that. Does anybody in chat remember that video? The one that I reacted to on stream? It was like, oh yeah, toxicity in Genshin Impact or something. I think I remember. I think the dude used the toxic world of Genshin Impact. Yeah, I learned about that Chinese gacha game incident watching that video. The one that Hirohei made? No, it was made by Visual Venture. Which, by the way, that particular video that Visual Venture made about the whole toxic world of Genshin Impact, Yeah, I got some opinions about that video. She was already good on release. Yeah, exactly. Cause back then I ran primarily permafreeze teams. Because I already had I was running more Mona, Ganyu, like Diona perhaps, Diona and then another Hydra character. I forget which other Hydra character though. But yeah, I was mainly running permafreeze teams back then, and just putting in Kokomi into those teams was like the most natural thing for me to do. But then yeah, the fucking Genshin players just fucking jerk themselves off to, you know, Omega lol minus 100 crit. Like fucking autists. So like, Jesus. Like, imagine running crits on your healer. And it's like, wow. How many of you actually run like fucking DPS Bennett, for example, I wonder? Unless your name is like Zaja or something. People act as if Ocean Hue fixed Kokomi, but in reality, Tenacity already existed. Yeah. They also completely disregarded the fact that she was crazy cheap to build. Yeah. Like super low investment, super huge return on your investment too. Best perma-free support even before Dendra came out, and as soon as Dendra came out, oh, what do you know? She's at the top of the tier list now. It's like, Christ. But yeah, I will always hold that against the Genshin player base for that one. That and a couple other things too. Would Genshin have become mainstream big without COVID? I think it still would have, but just not to the same level as it did as it has now. Because yeah, COVID played a huge part in Genshin's explosive popularity. Yeah, because again, during COVID, all of the normies were stuck at home, you know, with nothing to do, right? Because they were forced to stay at home because they couldn't go outside mostly. So yeah, that was a time when, you know, Genshin came out. I was like, oh, there's this like, you know, game that we can play on our phones and shit about cute anime characters, you know, doing stuff. So why not play a little bit of that? So, but yeah, pandemic definitely played a big part, because like you're not going to see, I've stated this before and I'll state this again, you're not going to see another gacha game have the same level of explosive popularity that Genshin had, unless it does all the same things that Genshin did. And at this point, functionally, that is impossible, because even if we have another pandemic, the normies don't want to go into quarantine again. At least not us Westerners. Obviously, you know, like the Asians will go back into quarantine for sure, because they've had outbreaks of, like, for example, SARS in the past. So if they have to go into quarantine, they will. But us Westerners, no, we're fucking idiots. Like, we quarantined back in the day, back in what, 2020, but we got real, like, just I use we as like a general term, just to describe Westerners at large, just as a whole. But like, us Westerners got really fucking sick and tired of quarantining real fucking fast, right? Like, by the time 2022 came around, like, we were all out and about, like, you know, COVID be damned. Like, if we caught COVID, oh, well, whatever. You just go home and, you know, eat some chicken noodle soup or some shit like that, and come back in a week, you'll be fine. Stuff like that. Obviously, that's just gross oversimplification. If you get COVID, you should, you know, obviously take the necessary steps to get treated properly and shit like that, and you know, so you can make a full recovery, hopefully. But like, we're not gonna get another pandemic. Well, at least I sure fucking hope not. And even if we do, us Westerners are not gonna go back into fucking quarantining again. So you literally, even if you set off intentionally, you know, fucking, if we intentionally got COVID 2.0 or whatever the fuck, no, the situation that Genshin was in is not gonna happen again. So, just from that perspective, I don't think any other gacha game will have, like, will experience Genshin levels of success, anytime soon. Because you would need at least the same conditions that allowed Genshin to flourish, and then some, right? And then have a game that offers more than what Genshin does, on top of all that, and that's just physically too much to ask for. Genshin for MOBAs is what WoW was to MMORPGs. Yeah, that analogy holds up fairly well. I don't think it's like a 100% accurate analogy, but I mean, I think what's for sure is that WoW at this moment in time, Genshin Impact is the WoW of gacha games, right? I mean, hell, people already for the past year or so, people have been, you know, yapping on about like Genshin killers and shit like that, which I always laugh at whenever people talk about Genshin killers, because Omega lol. People have been trying to kill off World of Warcraft for the better part of the last 20 years, and it's still with us today. So yeah, Genshin Impact will be the exact same thing. So. Genshin set new heights in terms of mobile game quality. Something that was something. So no matter what, it was always going to be at least very successful. Yeah, for sure. Because in my experience, as someone who's been playing gacha games for the last 6.5 years, Genshin definitely has. In my experience, Genshin is the very first 3D open world gacha game. That genre had never been done before Genshin came along, because all gachas that I'd known about before Genshin, right, they're all on your phone, they're all like 2D in some way, right, and then like you took one look at it and like, oh yeah, that's a phone game, right? Like it doesn't take much for you to take a look at most gacha games and realize or figure out that, oh yeah, this shit is something you play on your phone. Or something like that. Mostly. Because, like, before Genshin, was there any other, like, truly 3D open world, like, anime RPG gacha games? Like, obviously, just regular anime RPGs or JRPGs. Sure, obviously, we've had those before. But, like, gacha games? That you can also play on your phone? Like, I think Genshin was the very first one. Or at least the first one that actually really made it, you know, successful. Or became very successful. And yeah, the sheer level of quality that Genshin brought to the gacha market at the time was just unprecedented. Yeah. Like, Dawei saying that Mihoyo had to invest like 100 million to Genshin's development in like 4 years or something like that. I mean, it fucking shows. Yeah, Wuwa the Genshin killer. Yeah, Omega lol. Also, this guy rules. Thanks for hanging out, man. And yeah, have a good one, man. Take care. Genshin Killers was an ongoing topic at 2.0 already. Yeah, with like Tower of Fantasy, for example. I mean, hell, from what I understand, the Tower of Fantasy devs were literally calling their own game like the Genshin Killer, or in order to generate, you know, in order to promote their game and to generate, you know, hype for their game or whatever. Which, I mean, hey, fair effort, like good try, but you know, didn't really work out now, did it? So yeah, definitely the term Genshin killer has been around for a while, I agree. Because yeah, TOF's been around for a while too. I mean, technically, Tower of Fantasy, we've known about that game for as long as we've known Genshin, because both Genshin and Tower of Fantasy both had their their promotional videos, like pre-debut promo videos, come out in like mid or early 2020. So like, yeah. And Tower of Fantasy happens to be the same exact genre as Genshin, so yeah. Like, them advertising themselves to be like a Genshin killer is not that surprising. And them being and them marketing themselves as like a Genshin killer as early as they did, yeah, that's not surprising either. But yeah, no, like the whole Genshin killer thing is very funny. Nothing will dethrone Genshin at this point. Not anytime soon, no. No. Like, Wuthering Waves and other games like it will try for sure, yeah, but they will all fail. If their goal is to explicitly kill Genshin. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. TOF devs were like Ubisoft devs talking about GTA. Assuming that it's true, it was true that the TOF devs were calling their own game like the Genshin Killer or whatever. Assuming that's true, because I don't have any way of like actually verifying that myself. So I'm just working off of hearsay, but like I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they actually said. So. Also, Leptune, thanks for gifting a sub to Fubs. Greatly appreciate it, man. Ever since Raiden's League, every single character has been doom posted to death. What do you think about Chiori's situation? Chiori's situation kind of reminds me of, who was it? Of Yoimiya's. Where they're good characters. The issue is that both of them have like other characters that people are looking forward to more. So for example, in Yoimiya's case, right? Let me pull up Yoimiya here real quick. In Yoimiya's case, we were all looking forward to Raiden, right? Because I think Yoimiya was right before Raiden, and so a lot of people were focusing more on Raiden first over Yoimiya. Not only that, but people found some like very glaring like weird oddities in Yoimiya's kit that didn't really work. So I think I remember some people saying that Yoimiya was actually a trash character. Which, to be fair, her ultimate is not all that. Like, her ultimate kind of sucks. But like, everything else about her, where she infuses herself with pyro with her skill, and she just turns into a fucking machine gun. That shit is great, especially when you pair her with four-piece Shimenawa, which is basically meant for her. So, I think that Chiori is in a similar situation, right? Where like everybody's looking forward to Arlecchino, so why the fuck would you want to waste your Primo Gems with Chiori right now? And that totally ignores the fact that Chiori is a very good character, if you can get her working, and if you can overcome her barriers to entry. Because in my opinion, Chiori's biggest problem is not with her kit, but with how much it takes for her to work. Because, even though she technically power creeps Albedo, from like a technical performance perspective, she does power creep Albedo. I will admit that. And this isn't a game where power creep doesn't really exist, even though people insist that it does. And most likely those people who insist that power creep exists in Genshin Impact have no idea what the fuck they're talking about either. despite me saying that Chiori does technically power creep Albedo, even then, there's still a reason to run Albedo because Albedo is a fucking brain dead ass character to build and run. Because all Albedo needs is fucking 4-piece husk. Because like that is his best artifact set by far. You don't need to think about what other artifact set he really wants. It's just this. And if you have Cinnabar Spindle, you give it to him. If you don't, that's fine. You just give him fucking, what is it? You just give him Harbinger of Dawn and you're good to go, right? It's not that big of a deal. I mean, hell, you could probably even give him Chiori's signature if you really wanted to, but I think I heard that, I think my understanding is that R5 Cinnabar Spindle still is best in slot, so it's like, well, if you already have that, then you're good to go already. So, yeah. Albedo is such an easy character to build and run, and like he fits into any team because he just really doesn't care what team you throw him into. Not a matter of fact, one of his passives is that after he uses his ult, he gives like 125 EM to his entire team. So technically, that means that he works with even like Dendro, Animo, or like Dendro or Animo characters. Even though Geo obviously doesn't even react with either of them. So Albedo really doesn't care what teams him into. You put him into. He just works. You just plug him in and go. Whereas with Chiori, she's the exact opposite. Because like Chiori's problems are, well, first of all, she wants an exact team. Like when you put Chiori into a team, Chiori, it's kind of ironic because even though Chiori is an off-field DPS, you treat team building with her as if she's an on-field. Because she wants another Geo character, because another Geo character means another construct, so that way she has 2 dolls on field instead of 1. You need another on-field because she's an off-field herself. Unless she's like C6 or something, you don't really want Chiori herself on the field to do damage. Like her own Geo infusion isn't really that good. Because again, she scales off of defense, so her own personal damage from her own normals is not that good. Like, get her to C6 and that's a different story, but most people don't have C6 Chiori, not including me. So that's not an option. So you have to run another on-field. Like, I don't know, Rider or something. And then your third character, your last character, would either need to be a healer, or if you're running Zhongli, you can be another off-field, I guess. In order to support your on-field. So, Chiori needs an exact team to work with. And she has 3 different artifact sets that you can possibly give her. I think her best one should be the skill one, the golden trope, I think. But like technically she works with Nighttime Whispers. Technically she also works with Husk technically, I think. So it's like if you have good pieces from those artifact sets already, and they're like some of our older ones, at least Husk is. Nighttime Whispers not so much, but like, yeah, if you already have like decent artifacts for her, you can just give them to her right away, which means you have to farm the golden trope piece for her in the meantime. And not only that, but because she scales off both attack and defense, there's all sorts of weird things that happen when you try to, build her for attack, build her for defense, or try to split stat her if you really want to try doing that, which probably isn't ideal, but you could try doing it anyway. So, Chiori is a very complicated character is the point I'm trying to make here. And even though where was I trying to go with this? Albedo's gameplay is very simple, whereas Chiori's gameplay, when you actually play her, like, your rotations need to be on point. Otherwise, Chiori teams can spiral out of control very quickly in terms of, like, optimizations and shit. Whereas Albedo just doesn't care. It's like, he's super easy to play, super easy to build, super easy to run. And Chiori is not that. Like, requires an exact team, requires exact rotations, you have to know what you're doing with her, blah blah blah, on and on and on. Like, if you can handle all that, then she'll provide a worthwhile investment on your return on your investment, a worthwhile ROI. But before then, it's like if you already have Albedo, right? I would not blame you for looking at Chiori and being like, well, why the fuck would I want to have Chiori when Albedo basically does the same thing but easier? Like, sure, maybe Albedo won't be able to do as much damage as like Chiori in like a shorter time window, but I mean, is that really worth it? And to a lot of people, the answer is no. Yeah, so. Judging the entire character's potential with only barriers to entry? Yeah, exactly. But I mean, barriers to entry for the character is a very big thing to consider, to be fair. Like, it is a legitimate concern, like, thinking about, like, how difficult it is to gear a character. Because, again, we're talking about, this is Genshin Impact we're talking about at the end of the day, right? Where, you know, artifact farming is a fucking bitch and a half, right? And, like, your average free-to-play Genshin player doesn't have that many resources to spare, right, in order to level up characters, right? I make fun of people running national teams all the time, but, you know, the fact of the matter is that, you know, Raiden national teams are some of the easiest teams to build and run for how effective they are. Like, they're the most cost-efficient team in the game. So it's like, sure, I'll roast people for running nothing but Raiden national all day, but I don't blame them for doing so. So, like, yeah, barrier to entry for these characters is kind of a big deal. And so while I don't want, you know, I don't want that kind of situation personally, because I think characters, like, you should be able to, you know, judge characters by what they actually do instead of, like, what they need to become good. Like, it's just the reality of gacha games, especially Genshin. Yeah, it do be expensive to build these characters, man. You gotta level up characters to 90. Sometimes you even want to keep them at 80 sometimes. But for EM characters, you definitely want them to get to level 90. You gotta give them a weapon. You gotta get that shit to level 90 too. Gotta level their talents. And then you have to start try to drag your balls through the broken glass field known as artifact domains. So good luck with that. Hopefully you don't lose your balls along the way. TLDR, if you lack both, go for Albedo. Albedo is definitely the easier character to build, yeah. And functionally he's very similar to Chiori already, so. Like, yeah, even though, like I said earlier, even though technically Chiori does power creep Albedo, it's like, well, Albedo is so much easier to run, so it's like, is she really power creeping him? Probably not. Chiori's $1 is generally already better than Albedo's though. I think I've heard that one, yeah. But that still doesn't make up for how easy it is to use Albedo though. Not that you still play Genshin. Anyways, what time is... Oh shit, it's already 1:30. Fuck. Time really flew by, huh? Guess I can blow through these last two condensed resin real quick. Albedo sucks because against most of the bosses, they destroy your skill every time you cast it. You know, I did notice that against the arithmetic like gravity mech or whatever. Yeah, I noticed that my Albedo couldn't get his follow-up explosions with his ultimate because his skill was constantly getting destroyed. That is something to consider, yeah. Because Chiori's dolls don't get destroyed at all, I don't think. Because, yeah, Zhongli, every other construct in the game is like fucking paperweights when it comes to like boss fights, because bosses can destroy them very easily. So that is a good point, actually. Something to consider for my Chiori guide that I'm going to make later on, like either later this week or next week. Crit rate. Maybe if it rolls crit damage, it'd be okay. Oh, who's your favorite character in Ether Gaze or Hades? I'm a sucker for Hades. For real, for real. And then my second favorite character is S rank Osiris. Let's do this. Oh, will it hit both of them? Yes, it did. See, EM. That was trash. There's also the thing where if boss hitboxes touches Albedo's skill and it just disappears. Not their attacks, just their hitboxes. Oh boy. So yeah, maybe Chiori does power creep Albedo more than I thought he does. More than I thought she does. Interesting to think about. Let's see. I believe Arlecchino needed order books, if I'm not mistaken. Will Chiori become a standard banner character? If they didn't announce it, then no, she's not. Chiori is not Deya level. Like, Chiori's kit actually makes sense. And, from what chat told me just now, Chiori is basically a much more functional Albedo. So, no, I don't think Chiori will be a standard banner. Arlecchino's talents are order books? Okay, good. I remember correctly. But no, unless MiHoYo has already come out and stated that Chiori is gonna be added to standard banner, no. Don't expect her to be added to standard banner. Like, she will stay a limited character for the time being. She might be in the other banner, but after a lot of time, yeah. Because the Chronicle Wish banner is mainly for the older characters, I think. from all the fan art, you thought Arlecchino removed her jacket and was actually going bareback. Unfortunately, from the leaked footage we saw, no. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I mean, that'd be sick. That'd be sick as fuck if she did. Or she just casts off her jacket as part of her ultimate, and she just goes bareback during the duration of her ultimate. That'd be pretty sick. But no, unfortunately, she doesn't do that. But I mean, hey, that's what we have the fan art for, right? If you would like to become, if you would like to go full Coomer over your favorite Genshin waifu or husbando, yeah, the Twitter artists got you covered.
突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのならいっそ私のモデルになってく
The
れ
remaining Fontaine characters should be Zigwind and Chlorine. Yeah, Chlorine we know we're gonna get in like what 4.7 or something. It's kind of fun, kind of weird that we're waiting this long for a fucking 4-star character. But yeah, there's no plans for putting out Zigwind from what I could tell, or from what I'm aware of. Yeah. Because I remember back when Fontaine first came out, or during the months leading up to Fontaine's release last year, I think I remember seeing on Twitter about this like banner schedule leak, like this massive banner schedule leak, where it basically leaked the entire 4.0 to like 4.8 or whatever banner lists or whatever, or like new characters or whatever, which I believe ended up being like mostly correct if I'm not mistaken. And they had Chlorine for like 4.6 or 4.7, I forget which one exactly, but they didn't have Zigwind anywhere. So assuming that massive leak from last year is still correct, then yeah, no, I don't know when we're gonna get Zigwind. Chlorine for sure, but Zigwind is still like, she's still at large. No idea what's gonna happen with her. How long do you plan on continuing to stream? For probably not that much longer. It's pretty late for me already, and I've already been streaming for like 6 hours. I didn't plan on streaming for this long, but I got that huge raid from Fob Master, so I wanted to entertain you guys for a little bit longer. But probably not for that much longer. I just enjoy talking with you guys in chat. That's the main thing. It's good that you have such a vivid imagination. Well, you know what's even better than having a vivid imagination? Making your imagination a reality. Down bad for Shenhe. I mean, legit, man. Like, say what you will about Genshin Impact, but I think Genshin, personally, I think Genshin has some of the most memorable character designs in the game. Now, obviously, it helps that, you know, Genshin is such a huge game, but even if Genshin didn't become as huge as it did today, or as it did, you know, in our timeline, like even in a different timeline where Genshin didn't like absolutely dominate the gacha market, right? Even then, I would still argue that Genshin has absolutely top tier character designs. Just cope your dreams into existence. Oh no. You pulled Shenhe cause horny, you don't even have a team for her? Based. Absolutely based. Yeah. Hopefully you also got her skin too. Cause the skin is nice. You know what? Looking at Shenhe's model, I actually did not realize how fat her ass was. Holy shit, her ass is fat. I mean, honestly, I think Shenhe's ass is even bigger. Maybe it's just me. It just looks bigger in her skin than it does in her actual default skin. And Shenhe's default skin is supposed to be her Coomer outfit. How big was her gat? It was this big. be a real gacha gamer and inflict your desires unto strangers, I wouldn't go that far. Unless we're talking about, like, you know, artists and you're commissioning them to, like, draw whatever, then sure. At that point, then yeah, go ahead.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはず
Enhance.
そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ使い勝手のいい刃物を使う
They just nerfed her titties with this new one. Oh, with her recent skin. Actually, let me compare. It's close. It's close. I think I will say that Shenhe's titties are a lot more accentuated just because of how her bodysuit is rendered. It's too bad the models don't stay zoomed in even when you switch them. Yeah. I will say that, yeah, that's what I'm pretty confident in saying. That her bodysuit just accentuates her titties a lot more. So I'm a little bit hesitant to say that her default skin has bigger titties than her skin does. You remember when our default skin used to have a belly button? The uncensored belly button. The cloth makes it bigger too. Yeah, honestly.
全部自分自身で決める
Or is it? But yeah, not too noticeable if you don't have them like specifically right next to each other. Yeah, probably not. But yeah. And hey, if you want Shenhe with even bigger titties, well, you know, the internet's got you covered.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはずそんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ
It's like, the more you hide it, the more you notice it. Yeah. Like, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that Shenhe's default outfit, having that, like, I don't even know what this piece of cloth is even called. But, like, having this, like, cover her titties makes her titties definitely look a lot bigger than they should be. Because, like, think of, like, an anime character where they have, like, pretty big boobs or whatever. Like, medium size or even large size. But, like, imagine them in, like, a crop top that doesn't exactly fit them. Like, it's not form-fitting. So, like, the cloth, like, basically ends up, like, their crop top like, ends up just, like, hanging over their tits instead of, like, covering them entirely. It gives the illusion that they have bigger tits than they actually do. So, yeah, it's, like, a similar phenomenon. One day you'd like to build S-rank Shu. It sucks that she has a lot of issues. Yeah, her S-rank Shu is really cool. But yeah, she's got some problems gameplay-wise. Her biggest problem is that she's a counterattack character. And, like, characters who are based on counterattacks are usually never really that good because they rely on like what your enemies do instead of what you do. So it's like, well, shit. Like what? Like if like half the stuff your character does is locked behind something that an enemy has to do first, and you have no agency over, it's like, well, yeah, that kind of feels bad. So. But yeah. I'm sure you could still make it work, though, assuming you give her a good enough team, but... The more you look at Shenhe's skin, the more she reminds you of Victoria Brightshield. Really? I don't really see it. Maybe the white hair? Because I know Victoria also has white hair, but... Who's that girl on the PGR screen? I don't play Punishing Gray Raven, so I don't know which game you're talking about. Oh, under my camera. Oh, that game is not Punishing Ray Raven. That game is called Snowbreak Containment Zone. It is a third-person shooter gacha game. If you're asking for the character specifically, that character is named Haru. Her exact title is Abscondidus, if that's how I pronounce it. I just call her S rank Haru or orange tier Haru. It's also specifically one of her skins too, because she has two. This is what her default looks like, and this is what her one of her, I think her more recent skin looks like. It's a Coomer skin because you can basically see her entire ass back here. But yeah, that game is called Snowbreak Containment Zone. Clara is Paw counterattacks, but that's another game. Yeah, counterattacks work a lot better fundamentally or theoretically in turn-based games, because in turn-based games, enemies will always get their attacks off no matter what. So like, if enemies were going to attack you anyways, then yeah, counterattack. Or characters that rely on counterattacks for their damage do very well in turn-based games. But not so much in like open-world, real-time action RPG games like Genshin Impact, because in those kinds of games you have to wait for enemies to do something in order for you to be able to, you know, take advantage of your counterattack capabilities. And like usually that's very slow and tedious. You should have pulled for her, man. I think Haru is one of the strongest characters in the game for sure. Yeah, her skill is absurdly broken. In most cases, it does have some hard counters though. Like I don't think it does very well against like shields or like armor or something. But PC specs when I should probably update my profile at some point to include my PC specs. But yeah. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but my PC has an i9 12900K CPU, 3090 graphics card, 32 gigs RAM, that sort of thing. New character, kind of boring. The new shotgun character, she's cute, and I did use her, and her skill is interesting, but she's more of a crowd control character, not really a boss killer, and I'm kind of looking for boss killers right now. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Like, I already have like good shotgunners, like for example, regular Fenny for purple Fenny, I think. But yeah, like maybe there's something more to the new shotgun character that I'm just not understanding. What even is her name anyway? Ichil. Wow, I did not expect that name. But yeah, assuming I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah. Yeah, Ichil's fun, but not exactly a boss killer like I'm looking for. So that kind of sucks. And then 5-star Fetty is fire. Yeah, I really wanna get her signature weapon. So once I do, I'll start running S rank orange Fenny a lot more. Interesting concept, but she doesn't really fit with the pacing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because she's a counterattack character. 3090 to run all this. Oh, not Gumballer. It's not the graphics card that you're really focusing on to run a lot of gacha games at once. I mean, having a better graphics card is nice, but it's not really what you need for, you know, running all these gacha games at once. And yes, I do play all these gacha games every day. All of them except for one. One of them I've effectively dropped. I'm just still keeping around just to have on stream like this, just to be able to tell people that yeah, I play 10 gacha games. But yes, I do play all these gacha games every day. I do all their dailies. Whenever an event comes up, I always do all their events too, as much as I can anyway. Yeah, it's mostly RAM and CPU, yeah. Because half the gacha games I run right now on stream are running off of emulators. And emulators are very CPU hungry. That and RAM, I believe. So yeah, 32 gigs RAM as well on my PC. So my type of my type of PC build can easily run all these gacha games at the same time, with not too much issue. I'll get frame drops every once in a while for some of these games. I think, for example, Ether Gazer can't handle all these games running at the same time, so it kind of lags a lot. But everything else runs just fine. But yeah, mainly RAM and CPU in order to run all these gacha games. So glad you stuck with Ether Gazer. Ether Gazer is a good game. I enjoy it a lot. I would still say that, for example, PGR is more skill-based, whatever that means, in the context of gacha games. But Ether Gazer does a lot of good things right. It's got a lot of good ideas that I think other gacha games should also implement and try. So, but yeah, I'm a fan of whatever they got going on in Ether Gazer. So hopefully they continue, you know, supporting it well. Anyways, chat, unless you got some last minute questions for me, I think I'm going to head off now because it's been about 6 hours, and I should have stopped streaming like a couple of hours ago. I didn't plan on streaming for quite this long, but because yeah, I got some IRLs to take care of tomorrow and the day after, so I'm gonna have to find time to stream again. But anyways, chat. Anyways. estimate for the Chiori guide. It probably won't. Ideally, I wanna farm a full set of the Golden Trope set, because I really want to run Chiori with Golden Trope, because currently my Chiori is running Nighttime Whispers, and I think she prefers having 4-piece, what is it, a Golden Trope instead. I think that's ideal for her, because most of her damage is coming from skill damage anyway. So instead of Nighttime Whispers, I think I should run 4-piece Golden Trope. So once I have a full set of Golden Trope pieces for her, then I'll crank out that Chiori guide as quickly as possible. So in the meantime, I think I'll work on the script for my Chiori guide, and then record the voice lines, and then once I have a full 4-piece Golden Trope set on her, that's when I'll start recording the gameplay. And once I record the gameplay, I'll be able to edit the video, and then, you know, put it up on the YouTube channel. So, but yeah, let me shill my socials a little bit here at the end here, since I've got a lot of you guys still hanging around from Mr. Fobmaster's stream. Make sure to follow the channel here if you want to see me, if you want to engage in more multi-gacha shenanigans, because I bet you anything that you ain't seen any other gacha streamer have a stream overlay that looks quite like this. So if you want to, you know, hang out and chill and talk about whatever gachas, right, whatever gacha you want, it doesn't even have to be about the gachas I have on stream right now. Even better if it is, though. But yeah, make sure to follow the channel. Make sure to check out the YouTube channel as well. I put out a steady stream of content over there, ranging from Genshin videos to React videos to other gacha videos in general. I'm mainly a gacha content creator, so most of the videos you'll find me put on my YouTube channel is related to that. No surprises there. Follow me on my Twitter, twitter.com/toasniper98. I usually, most of the things you'll find on my Twitter account are just me reposting and retweeting a lot of just Coomer fan art. So if you like Coomer fan art of just anything, anywhere from anything from VTubers to gacha game characters, then make sure to give my Twitter a follow, because I'll be retweeting and reposting all of my favorite Coomer fan art that just kind of pops up on my timeline. So that's what I mainly use my Twitter account for. On rare occasions I'll actually tweet out something actually important, but in the meantime most of it's just gonna be me just, you know, retweeting horny ass fan art, you know, of anime girls with huge titties or something. So if you like that sort of thing, and you don't mind having me throw up, you know, random ass Coomer fan art, anime fan art of gacha game characters, then, you know, by all means, make sure to follow the account. What else do I need to shill? That's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it. Is that SSR Haru and Snowbreak? Yeah, Chaos Lord. Yeah, the gacha Haru. But yeah, appreciate all of you guys sticking around from Fobmaster stream. Would love to have you guys come back for the next time I stream. Next time I stream will probably be either tomorrow, because I want to you know, keep degen farming Golden Trope sets for Chiori, obviously, or I'll be degen farming Star Rail pieces for Achron. Yeah, haven't decided what I'm gonna do tomorrow. But I'll try to come back and stream tomorrow. If not, I'll be streaming on Wednesday, depending on, you know, how my IRL turns out. So, but yeah, appreciate everybody for hanging out. Really enjoyed talking about just random gacha stuff with you guys. Again, that's the main reason, my main motivation for becoming a content creator. I just enjoy talking about random gacha stuff because it's fun. But yeah, appreciate everybody. I'm gonna go raid Siren. She's a VTuber that I enjoy watching. She also plays Gacha too. This time I think she's just playing Helldivers. So I'm gonna send you guys over to her. Make sure to say hi to her. I'll be lurking in her stream as well, because I enjoy watching her. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Would love to have you guys come back for my next stream. And yeah, take care, everybody. Have a good night, evening, morning, wherever you guys are. And see you guys next time. Peace.